previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.13.2020. And instructions have also been included on the town website at Guilford, Vermont, town of Guilford, Vermont. What is our website?
It's guilfordvt.net.
Guilfordvt.net. Thank you. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 802-254-4117. D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Okay, I've already taken attendance, so we can move. I've called us to order. We can recognize the public. Do we have any members of the public on either the telephone or on the jitsi.org website?
It does not look that way.
Okay. The rules of procedure, we would obtain to the rules of procedure if we indeed have public joining us. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any either.
Okay. I will ask then for the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
What is that sound?
Michael, are you doing us by phone and by
I'm trying to hang. That might have been me with the echo action there. Sorry.
It's nice to see you. Hello.
Oh, hi. Okay. All right. I think I'm into video mode here. Sorry.
Okay.
Good.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
I would move that the minutes be accepted.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Zahn. Is there any discussion of the minutes of the previous meeting? Without there being further discussion, then all those in favor, and I'm going to call the roll. Zahn?
Yes.
Rusty?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. Okay, Vermont, Peter, on to your report on the Vermont Trans Annual Financial Plan.
Sure. So every year, Danny and I usually, in previous years, we have met with a couple of representatives from our local VTrans office. And the purpose of this is to determine the amount of grants that the town is eligible for our highway maintenance. Obviously, due to the current situation, we did not do that. Somebody just started sharing your screen with us.
Oh, I did, but you can't see me. Okay. Sorry.
I can see your screen, but not you. Okay. Anyhow, so due to the COVID-19 situation, I have been working remotely in conjunction with Megan Brunk, our District 2 representative. And what we do is we review the annual highway budget that has been approved at town meeting. And then the VTrans does a number of calculations to determine our grant receipts for highway maintenance for the upcoming year. And as in a positive note, our grants will be increasing by almost $11,000 this year. So that's positive. But that's about it. It's fairly simple form, which I shared with all of you.
Yeah.
And so basically all we need is the board needs to have two motions. The first motion is to certify that the town of Guilford raises funds through taxes that are equal to or greater than $300 per mile of Class 1, 2, and 3 town highways within the municipality.
All right. So do I have, can I have someone make that motion, please?
I will move it, but I can't repeat it if I move it as written. I mean, I just can't repeat it from memory.
Thank you, Veranda, but that's pretty much standard language for it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Was that Michael?
Yes.
No,
All right.
oh, it
Thanks,
was Michael. Oh,
Okay.
There might have been two of us saying it at the same time.
Is there any discussion?
How did we come up with, this is Rusty, how did we come up with that figure of $300 per, was it per mile, $300 per 3 miles?
Yeah, that is set by the state legislature as the minimum amount that needs to be raised via taxes for road maintenance. The town raises almost $1,400 per mile for our road maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Veranda, I'm going to take a roll call. Veranda,
aye.
Rusty,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Zahn,
Aye.
and Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board. Peter, your second motion, please.
I need someone to move to certify that the town complies with the Vermont Road and Bridge Standards for Towns, and further certify that the town's adopted standards meet or exceed these requirements. And lastly, to certify that the town has an up-to-date road, bridge, and culvert inventory. And I can confirm that all of those are true.
Thank you, Peter. Do I have a motion as such? I so move.
Okay, yes.
And do I have a second?
I'll Yeah. second it.
Who was the second? Was that you, Michael, again?
I have Zahn as a second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Great, I shall take the roll again. Veranda,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Rusty,
Aye.
Zahn,
Aye.
okay, Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. On then now to the local emergency management plan. Peter, did you want to speak to this item on the agenda?
Yes, I'm happy to. So every year, the select board has to adopt the updated local emergency management plan. I shared this plan with all of you for your review, several drafts worth, as well as the final draft for this weekend. And basically this plan sets out who would be responsible for certain activities and other actions that would happen in the event of emergency within Guilford. And so it provides information about contacts and what the normal operations are. Should we need to open up the Emergency Operations Center, and actions that the select board takes, actions that the incident commander would take, and as well as actions that the emergency management director would take. I'm not going to read through all 60 plus pages of it, but that's kind of
it's very interesting.
So that's the synopsis of what it is. And so the state has us updated every year to make sure that we remain in compliance, as well as that it's updated for any changes that have happened in town, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I'm going to ask for discussion of that. I'm assuming that everyone has read it, but I do have a couple of points that I would like to make. One, Peter, you didn't fill in the public information officer and the communication officer. Is that because that has to be discussed, or?
That is because we do not at the moment have anyone who has volunteered to take on those roles. That being said, those roles can also be assigned to someone at any given point in time. Over the past several years, when I had assisted Sheila with this, when she was the EMD, even at that time, she struggled to find someone who would take on this role. A select board member can take it on if you wish, although that can complicate things. It would be easier if we had a resident in town who was willing to take it on. And there is some training that the state, under normal circumstances, there's some training that the state does provide to help the person who is the public information officer.
Is there a retraining? Is there a
sorry.
training required?
It's recommended, it's not required.
And the state does provide the training?
That is correct, and the state provides it for free.
Mhm.
And so is this a volunteer job? The public information
Yes.
officer?
Yes, that's correct, Veranda. And it would only be utilized in the event of an emergency.
No, well, clearly.
Well, we should make I think a concerted effort to find someone to be the PIO, because that really is, I think, I mean, in the event of an emergency, a very, oh, what's happening? What happened? Yeah.
I am trying to. Where does it? Can anyone give me a little guidance? Where? Is it the red phone? Oh,
Oh, blessed peace. So I was saying that we should make a concerted effort. I mean, I would be willing to volunteer for that position, but I don't know how that really segues with the role of the chair of the select board, because I know that in the event of an emergency, the select board is really called upon to do quite a bit of work, and especially the chair, as it's laid out in the LEMP.
This
Yes,
is
that is
Brenda.
correct.
I understand that I'm listed as the communication officer, and I wonder how big a shift it is from public information to communication. I didn't really grasp what the difference in job description was.
Veranda, that was just something put down. You know, if you don't,
Oh,
if you're
I
not
don't mind
interested
to
in
do it.
doing that,
Peter, I don't mind to do it. I was just trying to understand, you know, I could theoretically take on the role as public information officer, but I didn't know whether the communication person and the PIO had different jobs to do that would make it complicated to do both.
I read them as two different jobs. One, the communication
that's
officer,
correct, Richard.
yeah, the communication officer being responsible for writing press releases and so forth, and the public information officer coordinating communications amongst the incident commander and other components of the whole emergency management structure.
As well as the
Well,
public,
as a
Richard.
citizen, yeah. So I'd be willing to be the public information officer. And Veranda, do you want to serve as the communications officer?
I'm comfortable to do that. And maybe, I mean, if we really have an emergency, maybe others can sort of step in supporting roles to make sure that each part of that is attended to. For instance, if you as chair have additional responsibilities that would cut into the time it takes to be the PIO, that, you know, we could just share some of the responsibilities.
Yes. Do those need to? Those don't need to be voted on, do they? Those positions, Peter?
No, Richard, they do not.
Okay, so why don't we do that for now anyway? And in the meantime, however, I will look to to see whether there's anyone that I come in contact who would prefer to be or willing to be, who's experienced in information, in dealing with information and communicating information, who would be a better choice than I.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
I will put your name in there for the time being, and this document is fluid,
Yes.
and so we can change, even though it gets approved, it can be changed at any point in time.
Very good.
So I had a couple of other very small issues that I think I might have written to you about in the past, Peter. And it was just on page 4.5, when we were talking, when the document is talking about vulnerable populations. I don't think that this is something we need to address in this document, but I do think that our local organizations need to increase their capacity to identify vulnerable people in town, because in general, they're just identifying elders, and there are a lot of people in the town who are vulnerable who are not elders. And the other thing is 4 points. What?
No, go ahead. I thought you were finished. My apologies.
Oh, you can always interrupt me, Peter. 4.6, it talks about the Red Cross sheltering people in hotels. And I was wondering, for warming shelters and for people who have lost their homes, and whether this is just boilerplate, or whether we in Guilford ought to find people who could take in families within the community. So that's it.
So I'm going to take or speak to your second question first.
Okay.
So that is something that could be done in the event of an emergency. I think it's, on the one hand, it's a great idea. On the other hand, that's I just want to make sure that we're cautious as far as how the action the select board takes on that matter, just in that the select board should be promoting the use of established shelters. Obviously, we can encourage folks to stay with family and friends if they have a situation that enables them to do that. But yeah, I mean, this was something that was recent, or within the past 6 months, has been discussed at one of the the quarterly EMD meetings, and there seems to be a little bit of uncertainty as far as what the appropriate take on that is. So everyone obviously acknowledges that it's a great idea and it's something we should encourage, that if a neighbor or a family member in town can take in someone else, to obviously to do so, to reduce the burden on the shelters. So I don't have an immediate answer, and nor do folks from BEM. So
could I ask a question?
Sure, Zahn.
Steve Lemke was in he visited a select board meeting, I'm going to say maybe 4 months ago, and talked about the Wyndham Regional Commission's understanding of vulnerable populations. And I was still very new at that point, so I'm not sure I took it in. Did anybody absorb that in a way that it ties into this thinking here, the emergency planning thinking? Does anybody recall that?
Yeah, I do remember what you're talking about, Zahn, and that does tie into Veranda's question as well. And so this is something that has been discussed quite heavily over the past 6 or 8 months amongst EMDs and other emergency responders, fire chiefs, as well as Rescue Inc. have all been involved in this discussion. And last fall, actually at 2 different times, that group of people met with about, I think it was 8 different organizations that serve vulnerable populations. And Veranda, your observation is correct, that there are many more vulnerable people in addition to the elderly or those with health problems. The difficult thing when it comes to vulnerable populations is there's two things. One is folks need to self-identify. We cannot make people identify. And the second thing is oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes people who fall into a vulnerable population category often have medical problems, and due to HIPAA regulations, we also can't identify them with that. And so as part of the LEMP, I'm sure you saw there was a page that listed, I think it was 7 different nonprofit organizations that assist vulnerable populations, from home health care. There were 3 or 4 home health care organizations. There were mental health organizations and others that were listed. And so the agreement that was come between Windham Regional and the EMDs and those various organizations was that in the event of an emergency, those organizations would contact either the EMD or the incident commander if they knew of someone that they could not, that had a need that they could not reach. And because of HIPAA regulations, that's the only way that we could know who those folks are, unfortunately.
So
Well, the other way we have is with Guilford Cares, who does have a list of the, of self-reported people who are vulnerable in our town, and it may be that we want to insert Guilford Cares here as a resource right into the LEMP.
They are listed in there.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I just wanted to make sure that for Veranda's sake, that we, we have this fabric woven together and that it's not, there aren't holes in it too much, that there are efforts to, make sure that the information is available and resources are available to people, but it will take some putting it together in case of an emergency, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct. Are there any other discussion points besides I never got to my second point that I was going to introduce?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was that Sheila Morris had asked me to send the draft LEMP to her, and she does have she thought it was very well done. And kudos to Peter for getting it done that way, but she had some minor comments that I shall send to you, Peter.
Okay, that sounds fine.
And just in case you're wondering why Sheila is the former chair of the select board and also the former EMD. So that's why she was curious to see the current LEMP. All right, any other discussion? Moving right along then, I thought.
Well, Richard, we need a motion to adopt the 2020 LEMP.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the 2020 Local Emergency Management Plan? Zahn says yes. Do I have a second?
I will.
I'll do it.
Okay. And is there any further discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your good work, Peter. I'll take a roll call. Zahn?
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael? Unmute Michael. Michael!
Did we lose Michael?
No, he's there. He just needs to unmute. Down in the middle, Michael, in the middle. Left of the red button in the bottom.
Michael?
There we go. Mute, unmute. Left. Oops, huh. Maybe he.
Can you nod your head then? Can he hear us?
Yes.
Yes, he can hear us and he's responding yes.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Select Board.
Now, Richard, before you move on, I need a second
Yes.
motion that the select board.
Oh, there's Michael.
Yeah, I finally found it. Sorry.
Oh,
I'm
he's
so sorry.
back. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Can
I was there the whole time.
Would you state the second motion, Peter, please?
Yes, so the select board adopt the National Incident Management System as a means of communications. So the National Incident Management System is a defined system of communication and authority in the event of an emergency that has been proven and tested over the past 40 years.
Do I have a motion
And so,
to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Rusty. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? I have something to say. I know that have all the select board members gone through the training of the national incident training?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
well, that we need to discuss that because all select board members should go. It was a very good training. I went through it. I think you did too, Veranda, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And it's very, I found it very useful. And so Peter, would you make a note that we need to follow up on that?
yes, I will do so. At the moment, all of those classes have been canceled for the time being due to
course,
the obvious
yeah, right.
situation.
Yeah, but we do
But
need to remember,
as soon as yes.
there will be a brighter day.
Pretty rainy here now.
Yes, it is.
The
All
bar
right.
is pretty low.
Okay, so now we want to, Peter, do you have anything to add to the COVID-19 in regard to our state or into our county or our town that we haven't seen or discussed previously?
I mean, the primary thing is that the governor, last Friday, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of May. At least on Friday, when he did his announcement, there had been a slowdown in new cases, unfortunately, over the weekend. And today we've had another spike in the number of cases again. The governor has ordered the Department of Motor Vehicles to extend the deadline for all license and registration renewals to be extended for the month of April for 90 days. And yeah, he added a few other things to his executive order, but nothing that specifically relates to the town as an entity. The only thing I would say, since this will be put in the public, if we do have any residents in Guilford who were previously licensed medical professionals, whether that's a nurse of one form or another, or a technician or other, that even if your license is expired, the governor has implemented emergency measures to expedite that process if you are willing to provide your services.
Thank you. And we all received copies of the most recent executive order. I certainly did, and you can get them online too at the state. Is there any further discussion about? And Peter, let me just.
Do we need to extend the order to May 15th? Do we need to do that?
We did it.
We did. When did we?
We already did. Yeah. Because the order is coming directly from the governor, the select board, his order supersedes any action of the select board. And so because he made that order, I went ahead and took the steps necessary to extend it.
Great, thank you.
And it's on the flashing sign at the fire station now, the new date, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to add something.
Please.
Okay, so let's see, not last Sunday, but the Sunday before that, Sarah Coffey and a bunch of volunteers for Guilford Cares, including me sort of representing our select board, divided up the list of households in Guilford that had people 65 and over to find out how they were faring, and also to let them know what services we had available for them. And, you know, this was also following the postcard that got sent to every household in Guilford. And the good news is that most people did have family or neighbors who were looking in on them. A handful of people did have needs and were matched up with people who could help them out with things like shopping and deliveries. But one of the very wonderful Guilford things is that among that group of people, 40 people volunteered to help others. So I just thought that was really inspiring.
That's
And
great. Thank you,
I
Veranda.
wanted to point out that, Sarah was instrumental in making this happen.
Mhm. Excellent. Any further discussion? All right, on to our next agenda item. I had put this on the agenda because I know that Zahn and Veranda were going to cool up the annual goals of the select board. Has that been done?
Yes, there's a document. Veranda, I'll speak if that's all right.
Please do, because I thought it was great.
So there's a document that came out. It should be, if everybody wants to look at it now, it's in our shared files. It's called Select Board Annual Goals. It's
Okay.
a document that we received, and so Veranda and I just worked directly on that document, suggesting a new draft version. I don't know if people want it. It doesn't seem like maybe we should take time now because it might be a while till everybody finds
Yeah,
it.
why don't we all make sure that we read them and then bring them up at our next meeting and re-adopt them as the goals, or maybe we don't even have to do that because it's just a language change, isn't it?
Well, it's a kind of format change. I would hope we could. My view would be that we would want to have a 10-minute discussion about them.
Okay, good.
I would like that too. And also, in the light of the new now, I'd like to take another look at them and see whether we need to be paying attention in a slightly different way, because of the times we're living through.
Okay, so why don't we take a look? Why don't we all take a look at them and look at them in the context of what Veranda is saying, that we are in the midst of a pandemic. Is there anything that there should be applicable to our goals regarding emergencies such as the one that we're in now? Is that, do I state that correctly, Veranda?
Yeah, that was great, Richard.
Thank you. So we'll put that on the agenda for next time.
Thank you.
I had put, are there any further discussion?
Well, Zahn did great work on those goals, I have to say. I was really impressed with his clarity.
Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Is there anything to update on the broadband? It may be not the time to talk about it, but I thought if there was anything new in regard to the broadband, but there's probably everything is closed down in regard to that.
Well, there was that message from, was it from Wyndham Regional that Linda Hecker brought up about the offer from Microsoft to have hotspots available at different parts of town where in municipal buildings or where people gather. And I don't know whether we want to discuss this now. It seemed unlikely that, one of our issues is that we have 3 hotspots in town, one by the school, one at our town office, and one by the library, but they're all in a very common, a distinct part of town.
Mm-hmm.
So I had thought briefly, as did Linda, about the possibility of having one by the Guilford store or by the fire station. And the fire station was completely unavailable. And, because of emergency issues, they can't have people in their parking lot. And the Guilford store had some drawbacks, as a site. But I don't know whether we want to discuss this now.
Well,
but
I haven't seen the email, so is it possible
Okay.
to make sure that we all see the email?
Yeah, let's make sure that, Peter, do you have the email?
I do have it somewhere. I'll have to find it. But
Yeah,
I would
Write it.
I would add that maybe I misunderstood, but I think these are somewhat separate. I mean, they're interconnected but separate topics.
That's correct.
Yes,
I think
they
that-
are separate topics. It was just under the general heading of broadband.
Sure.
Excuse me, this is back, Michael, jumping in. Did anyone read the article in the Reformer in the last week about, I don't know, probably a half a dozen neighboring towns voting at town meeting to form a CUD?
I didn't read the article, but I know that it happened. Yeah.
And I don't know, I guess I'm just, and I don't know if here's the place to discuss this, but my understanding was, like town meeting was too early to be putting that before towns to vote on, but somehow, half a dozen towns did vote to form a CUD. So I guess I'm just wondering, does anybody have a thought on, should we be in touch with those towns that are forming one?
I
think Marlborough and Halifax. Yeah, go ahead, Zon.
As I understand the process, and Peter, maybe you can step in too, but as I understand the process, in order to form a CUD for Broadband Communications District, at least two towns have to band together, or two entities, maybe not even towns, but two parts of towns have to band together. And that has to be voted on by the towns when that starts. Then after that, any town can join that CUD, but it's not required that it all happen at the same time. So yes, and we will want to be talking with those towns to move forward, but at the same time, there's not any immediate pressure to do it. It's not like we're going to lose out anything. The company or the group, the Wyndham Regional Commission, that's doing the work on the bigger picture CUD, the whole prospectus and everything, they're working for the entire county, for the entire Wyndham Regional Commission district. So I think that it's not as if we're going to lose out on anything, because it would, let's say that they did form that CUD and it got established and they got contracts and so forth, we could ostensibly join those contracts and those relationships right away without any issue.
That's good to know.
So I guess I'm just Zon and anybody else, do we have a sense of like when the appropriate time is to be in touch and join that CUD? Or
again, this is my sense, but my sense was that we were going to take our leadership from the Wyndham Regional Commission, who would be talking after they'd done this feasibility study and then begun to look at some of the contracting possibilities. And so whether or not there was a big long message that came out from Alex at Wyndham Regional about. Correct. Did everyone get that?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so it sounds like we wait and take our cue from WRC.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
fair enough.
Yes. Zon, you are absolutely correct on your analysis. And so when Alex sent out that message a couple of weeks ago, he did note that they are now beginning the process of writing the business plan for the entire Wyndham region. But yes, Zon, there was a group of towns mostly connected to the Deerfield Valley that have begun the process to form the CUD.
Great.
Okay.
Is there any
So
more
is
discussion?
From what I can gather.
Is there any more discussion on this?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we know whether whether the process is accelerating because of the urgency of internet communication now, or is it just proceeding as it would have anyway?
Does anybody have an answer to Veranda's question?
My sense is it's proceeding as they expected it to proceed. I mean, they didn't get as strong a response to the survey, the feasibility study that they'd hoped for, but it's strong enough still to be able to build a proposal, as I understand it. And so I think they're going to be moving ahead as best they can. I think I would, my reading between the lines, I would guess that the fact that these 6 or so communities in the Deerfield Valley have moved forward, that will add some pressure to this whole thing to keep moving. In other words,
Yeah.
the feasibility study's not going to be able to sit back and kind of take its time. These folks in the Deerfield Valley are eager to move, and they'll start moving, which might drag us along. We might want to get, we want to stay in touch with it and then get on board as we need to.
Certainly will be an incentive.
Yeah.
Any
Yes, it's
further
too bad
discussion?
they're not doing this. I'm just saying it's too bad they're not doing the survey this week when every single household is dependent on their children having internet for school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did their survey. Any other further comments or discussion? Okay, moving to Finance Advisory Committee, an item on our agenda. I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. You know that we had voted to establish a Finance Advisory Committee, and there are 2 things I'd like to say about that. One is that there are Sheila Morse and Katie Buckley, who are 2 of the sort of inspirations to establish the committee, which we did establish, are working to develop a charge of what that committee would be. That is, the charge would be what its mission is, what its tasks are, what it's going to do, and how it's going to work. And they're preparing a draft on that, which is not available at the present time. But I just wanted you to know that that is being worked on, and that's something that I find is very important for our select board. And having done some research on it, Peter and I both did a little research on it. And I've been in touch with the attorney at the Vermont League of Towns and Cities. Lots of towns have either a budget advisory or a finance advisory board. So we're doing something that's quite orthodox, and I think that will be a great benefit for our town. The second thing I'd like to do is I'd like us to appoint the members who have come forward, the volunteers who have come forward to serve in that committee. It would be in the select board's best interest to designate those members by vote. And if we can do that I would ask if you would agree to take that vote. Select board members, are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I can read out the members, and why don't I make the motion? I motion that that Gordon Little, Sheila Morse, Katie Buckley, Rusty Marine, and Penny Marine, and Tim Harris be appointed to be the Finance Advisory Committee at the direction of the Select Board in service to the town of Guilford.
Well, isn't Rusty on the select board?
But he's going to be on the Finance Advisory Committee as well. He's our representative.
Okay. No Ann Ryder?
Pardon?
No Ann Ryder?
No, she didn't come forward to volunteer, but I can ask her.
Oh, I thought she did. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I just was. Yeah.
Oh, Lynn Pancake also said he was willing, but I think we have enough people.
I think there are enough
Maybe
people.
more than we need.
Yes.
Great.
So do I have a second for that motion?
Yes.
Is there any discussion of that motion?
I would feel a little more comfortable about, I trust all of those people. I would feel a little more comfortable about voting for it if I knew what their charge was. If they're going to the trouble of creating that kind of formal structure, I'd like to know what the structure is. But I trust all those people, so whatever they want to do.
Well, so
okay.
you're putting your finger on what's a conundrum. This committee, I've spoken to the lawyer at VCLT, and this committee has to be designated by the select board. And in order for the committee to go on doing its work, I thought it would be in our best interest to actually form the committee to give us a draft of what their charge would be, and then we would charge them with that. So they're doing the research. We have a couple of people who are very good at sort of founding documents. I'm talking about Katie and Sheila in particular. So I just thought it would be in our best interest to designate the committee, have the committee then doing the research and the formulation of what the directive would be, letting us look at it in draft form, and then adopting it.
Rusty, what's your feeling? I mean, you're charged with being on this committee.
Yes, well, like being the new member here, I figure with Katie and the other members that are more in the know on this, I think it would be a good thing. I mean, I'd be leaning on them for their expertise.
And the underlining here is that the select board has to designate the committee.
Yeah, it seems to me that we can't really, we either would have to put in the work ourselves to designate what the tasks are and then appoint a committee to the tasks we've
That's
decided.
correct.
Or the other way would be to ask this group of people to volunteer and provide us with a set of tasks that we would review and oversee and then say, yes, now go forward.
Exactly my point.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the latter approach.
Yeah. So did I have a second on that motion?
Yes.
Okay, and we've discussed it. Is there any further discussion? I'll take the roll. Michael, I'm looking right at you. Michael Becker.
Aye.
Zon Easties.
Aye.
Miranda Porch.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're on to communications, the warrants, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. What?
I just have one
I'm ready
question
to
on
do
the
the
warrants.
Rusty's
Why-
going to do the warrants.
I just have a question on the warrants. Why is there a $4,000 difference in the payroll for this week as composed to the other weeks?
Oh, I think I can answer that. Can I just start doing the warrants
Yes.
and then
Please do
Wayne?
it that way.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me just get this document. Okay, I move that we pay the following warrants. Week 3, 29/20 for the sum of $7,436.40. Payroll week of 4/5/20 for the sum of $6,014.11. Payroll week 4/12/20 for the sum of $10,114.30. Expense warrant number 2019 for the sum of $40,599.17. Expense warrant FW19 for the sum of $26.50 for a grand total of $64,190.31. So would you like
Do
me
I have a
to?
second?
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Okay. So the major expenses here were health insurance, $6,164 and change. Gravel amounted to $5,460. Repairs were $2,091 and change. The snow blower, $229. Now, I think the discrepancy was paying into the retirement. I had to look up what VMERS was, and it's employee retirement. And so that was $4,893.36. And Wyndham Solid Waste was $3,644.41.
Rusty, does that answer your question?
So you were
I
saying
can
that-
actually speak.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. I can answer Rusty's question as to why payroll for 4/12/2020 was over $4,000 more than the two previous weeks. The reason being is with Alan's retirement at the end of March, part of the personnel policy states that that anyone who departs from the town will be paid whatever vacation time that they have remaining. And because of his longevity here, he had quite a bit of time remaining, and so that was paid out to him through payroll.
Okay,
It makes
Thank you.
sense.
thank you.
Any other discussion of the warrants? I'll take the roll call then. Rusty,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Zahn,
Aye.
Veranda,
Aye.
Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to communications. Peter, do you have any communications for us this week?
Have any communications?
You have none.
Correct.
Is that what you said? Okay, thank you. The action summary from the previous meeting, which was to send out the postcard for volunteering, and I received a postcard.
And that was that.
The next item on the agenda is to adjourn this group of distinguished Guilford citizens. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Richard, can I bring up something? I don't know if I bring it up at the right time. I was just thinking, with the pandemic and it's going to be the high unemployment rate, has there been any thought about property taxes and if there's going to be a lot more delinquencies or?
Isn't that in the government's executive order that there's some leniency towards property taxes?
I do not know. I'll have to look that up.
I was asking Peter if he knew that off the top of his head.
That is, at least as of right now, it's being addressed on a town by town basis, and thus far, a majority of towns are not doing so because that is so far out. The leniency that he has done on taxes is he extended the deadline for filing your income taxes until July 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only tax leniency that I'm aware that has been taken specifically, none on property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, it seems to me that if there's going to be an issue for us to consider leniency, is that a responsibility that we would have perhaps to extend dates or find other formats?
That's something that I'm going to have to confer with Penny on to get more specifics on that, as well as with Lisa. I can't speak to that and give you a clear answer, and so I don't want to misspeak on that.
Yeah, and I would also think that in my first thought, and I could be wrong, is that we would want a parallel statewide statewide governance on this matter.
I guess
I
I think
think
that's a wise choice, Richard.
it's also something that I think Sarah could help us understand what the legislature is saying and what other towns are doing, because these are very intensive discussions going on now about the financial harm as well as the health problems.
Yeah. So the reason I bring it up at all is just that I would want to be really prepared as a select board for figuring out how to deal with this and not just have a need to make quick decisions at some moment.
Right, that's why I brought it up now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rusty.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
good.
I think that I could talk to Sarah about it, or Veranda could.
Sounds like Peter has a good plan too, to find out, just be in touch with the state and find out
Yes.
what the protocols are that are coming down.
Good.
Yeah.
Peter, well, you'll do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that will be an action item.
Can I jump in and ask one more question as well
Yeah.
before we adjourn?
Sure.
Peter, I'm just interested to know the town staff, to what extent are they able to do their jobs? And I mean, how many people are working home versus in the town office? Like, who's at the town office at the moment?
At the moment, Penny is primarily the only one that's working in the town office. She is having Ellie and Marta both work reduced hours at this point in time. And Lisa and I have both been working remotely since the governor's orders for stay home, stay safe.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking for an update, or just, I haven't been to the town hall in a while, so.
Are you satisfied with
Yep.
that update?
Yeah.
I had another I had another question, which was, that we can discuss next time, but I wasn't sure where we left off with having hiring an administrative assistant for Peter.
That's not on the agenda
Well,
tonight, so I'd like to put that on the
Yeah,
agenda for
exactly.
next time.
No, I just wondered whether that was
Okay.
whether that was something that was coming up in the next month or what.
We'll put that on the agenda for next meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Is there any other further discussion? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Oh, that's you, Zon.
I'll do it all tonight.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Well, just stay safe, everybody.
Yes. All those in favor, I'll call the roll. Veranda,
Yes.
Rusty,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
Zon,
Aye.
Richard, aye. The motion carries unanimously, and it's been a great pleasure seeing you, although you haven't been able to see me, and I wore my special costume too. So I hope that we'll be able to have a remote. I'll have to check into my camera. It may be that it just doesn't want to show me. But anyway, have a good and safe couple of weeks, and be well, be safe, and make sure that you
Stay safe, everyone.
wash your hands frequently. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Peter.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East-West Road is set for driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road is noted on our application is as for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given the his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday. There wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great, and they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes.
Yes.
I think I get that twice, yeah. Mhm.
Right.
And there are two.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for
You're welcome.
on top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's, so the reason I put this, had it this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But we, at this point, we're not there.
Okay.
And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro's going to get on some of that with their revenues and their. We just don't have it.
Yeah.
We've
Okay.
kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Melissa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great.
This time.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their emergency, local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of
No,
late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
you're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. There was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal.
Okay.
That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, it's the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the, to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston. Which says nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having trouble catching it. And, you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
If, let's see, she had spoken with me, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
Oh, I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
and that she should send an email to selectboard@dummerston.org so it would go out. I guess in the future, we should just, if we have something come up, if I am around, then, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
But we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't
Right.
have to go through the animal control. And if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, the ordinance. But if this person
Plus, wasn't she was only looking to have, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
right.
So it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
Yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know. Like, I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to catch it. We don't, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper, and since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested, and certainly has some, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Oh, right. Right. Okay. So I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under
So-
new business?
So at our last,
Oh, right. There is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be
Okay.
perfect.
I
Okay.
didn't see that list. Did you send, I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to
Oh.
publish in the views, just the
Oh,
open
okay.
seats.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon. He'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Great.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah,
Okay.
but it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that Harold sent me, but disregard that one. He's gonna bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
So
Okay.
I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right. Guess we're done. What do you think?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll
I'll
second
second
that.
that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad
Yeah.
everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
officially open the Brattleboro Planning Commission online meeting on April 8th, 2020. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to have to move over to my agenda. So now I can't see it. Okay, meeting called to order. Announcements. Who? Anybody?
I do have a couple of announcements. Well, I have one, and I want Andrew to make one. He might not know I'm giving it to him, but the first thing I wanted to mention is that the U.S. Census is out and active, and we really want to encourage everybody to complete the census. Right now, there's an easy option to go online. If you don't make that, you're probably going to be contacted by a census worker, and failing that, which we're hoping to avoid, is enumerators will come to your house. So we just really want to encourage people to please respond to the census. It's always important, but maybe more so now than ever, because a lot of the federal funding that trickles down through the states are sorry, got distracted. I had to hit record.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry. The federal funds flow through the census, so having an accurate count is really important. So please take the census. Please encourage all your friends and family to do so as well. And then Andrew, I'm hoping that you can talk about the NDA.
Quick question.
Yes, Josh.
The census, you said it's easy to find online. Is that like Brattleboro specific or Vermont specific, or is it the same census link or website that everyone has to take?
It's the federal census, so it's census.gov.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got numerous letters with like a login number. They just come to resident at my address.
Yeah, I've done it. My household, Sarah and I have done it already, but I'm just thinking of like to link to an easy link for people to get to.
Oh, I see.
I can like share on social media so that people can just click it and get there easy.
I will share something on
I can
Facebook.
put something together.
Yeah.
If it's simple, I can find it. No worries.
I can still post something though. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I planned on doing a little, iBrattleboro front porch forum, another push to get that information out there. So we'll put it on the Facebook page and get it out in those places too.
Anyone else have any other questions related to the census before I move to the NDA? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, I was just wondering how you get that view so you can see everyone.
At the top of your screen, there is like a view everyone. There's two arrows. So you kind of open up the view. If you want to do view everyone. Are you seeing it?
No, I'm doing it on my phone, so
oh, it might look different.
I like to see all of you.
All right, Andrew, why don't you talk about the NDA?
All right, so as most of you know, as from a few months back, myself and Sue presented that we're seeking to get neighborhood development area designation for a portion of Brattleboro. And 2 weeks ago, or I guess more than 2 weeks ago at this point, we met with the downtown board through the State Department of Commerce and Community Development. It was an online meeting conference call. We were going to go in person, but obviously that didn't happen. So it was a very quick meeting, but we got approval. So we got the NDA designation, which is really exciting. So basically at this point now we're going to developers and people looking to develop the housing that meets the criteria that we presented about, could get potentially waived Act 250 fees or a reduction in fees, cap on water fees, et cetera, the benefits that I mentioned before. And if you want more information, again, we could definitely send you that. But we're really excited. We think this is really going to help further our housing efforts in Brattleboro. Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, great. Congratulations. Good.
Thank you.
Any
All the
further
announcements I have.
Okay. Anybody else? Any of the other commissioners have an announcement? Okey doke. Kate and Jess, I can't see you, so you'll have to turn yourselves on if you wanna, or start talking.
I'm here. I'm just on the show me if I talk thing.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, is there any public? Do we have a public? Is there?
I do not see any public on here. No, there is no public on this.
Okay, so we cannot, or we're recognizing this is the opportunity for public comment, but having no public, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of March 2nd, 2020 that were circulated. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? Or you want to look at them right now? I need a motion to approve them.
I motion to approve the minutes from, what is the date again?
March 2nd, 2020.
March 2nd, 2020.
Is there a second? Yes, Tom is seconding. And Tom, are you making a comment? You're seconding. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Tom, we can't hear you.
Tom, you have to turn your volume up.
This is Kate. I can second if Tom can't.
Okay. All right, good. Second. So is there discussion? Great. No discussion. They look fine to me. All in favor of approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2020? I guess we'll do a hand vote.
Who? Kate, yes.
Okay. Prudence? Oh, you weren't there, so can you not vote? All right, anyway, minutes are approved. Anybody abstaining or voting against? No, the minutes are approved.
Just abstaining.
Okay.
Prudence is abstaining. Okay.
Prudence, minutes still pass. All right, section E, or E, section 248 petitions, A and B. Do you want to take that away?
Sure. So we have two section 248 petitions that have come in. The planning commission gets notification of them, and as well as the select board. There's a lot of static. Are you guys hearing a lot of static? Jess, can you put your mic off? That might help. Better. Thank you. Okay, so section 248 petitions are to the Public Utilities Commission, and the town has the opportunity to file a notice to intervene in these if we wanted to. The first one that came through is the petition of Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good pursuant to 30 VSA section 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. You may recall we looked at this in January because part of the process for a major project is they have to give you an advance notice. So that's what you had originally seen. And we brought up a couple of concerns with them regarding lighting and landscaping and stormwater. Andrew and I met them out on site. They kind of explained what was going on there. And we were and what some of their limitations were in meeting what our regulations say. First of all, regarding the lighting, their plan is to install a couple of 18-foot light poles with kind of emergency lighting. So it's not going to be on all the time. It just might be if they have an emergency at night and they need to be working in the little yard. So that would comply with our regulations. In regards to the stormwater, they are not increasing the impervious surface there. And so under the state rules and under our local regulations, they are not required to make any improvements to the stormwater. Looking at the site, there is a lot of overland flow. So we were comfortable that it was not degrading the riverbanks or even the West River. It wouldn't flow towards the Connecticut because the rail line sits up higher. And then regarding landscaping, they have a bunch of mature, I don't remember, do you remember, Andrew, what species it was along the fence line? But a bunch of bushes and shrubs that are pretty mature. I mean, they were leaf off when we viewed it. And so we would have been taking, if we pushed them, putting in some street trees, it would have, first of all, they would have had to go smaller than what we wanted because of the utility lines. And so in the end, we were really kind of feeling like the landscaping that they had provided some buffering. We weren't going to get the street trees because of the utility lines that were already there. They would conflict. So we were satisfied with the landscaping and kind of the limitations that they had there. And part of that site is town owned. So improving landscaping over by the memorial, that's town owned land. So that's not their responsibility. Andrew, does that sound like inaccurate? Do you have anything you want to add?
Sorry, I was eating dinner. That's why I kept turning off my camera. I didn't want you to see me eating. I think that's pretty accurate. Regarding the stormwater, that buffer that goes to the West River, it's at least 100 feet or more. So after seeing it in person, I feel a little bit more comfortable. Like, well, obviously not much is going to really change in terms of the runoff and the potential to hit the river. And hopefully by the time it gets there, it's already been mediated by the natural vegetation that's in the area. It's not a big site. The railroad in back also acts kind of as a buffer to the Connecticut River, kind of slopes up, and then there's the railroad, and then obviously it slopes down from there. But yeah, the temporary substation is up. You probably noticed it. And then yeah, other than that, that's really it. So
yeah. So I think the question for the commission right now is, are there any concerns that you have that we now want to bring to the select board and make a suggestion that they intervene in this case, or at least be a party to the proceedings? I mean, we'll still get all the filings and that kind of thing, but if we have any concerns that we want them to address in the process, now would be the time to let the select board know.
I have a question.
Yep.
Were we able to, did we reach back out to the abutting neighbors? They came in, there were some of the public that came in a couple months ago. Curious about where things were. Was anyone, did anyone get in touch with them on the findings, especially with light?
We did not in the office. I'm not sure if Green Mountain Power had some more conversations with them. Do you have something to add, Andrew?
no, they knew about the fence, but I'm not sure if they know about the lighting.
I think that was one of their questions. They were really curious about the lighting. I'm comfortable moving forward knowing that the lighting is only being used for emergencies or for fixing things at night. You know, that the lighting isn't on continually, I feel is a good thing for them.
Hey, you guys, Tom put something in the chat. His connection isn't strong enough to talk. So can we make a provision that Tom can participate via chat? Because I think Except for that means that somebody needs to read it out loud, so it's recorded for BCTV. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be good.
At 6:14 p.m. It's looking like my connection isn't strong enough to handle this. I'm delayed when I speak, maybe video too. And the mouse moves very slowly, but I can hear you all as well. And then at 6:17, he says, has GMP replied to our request for the project? So do you want to respond to that, Sue?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they have. They met us out. I mean, we had hoped that they would look at some more ways to handle the stormwater, but our regulations don't require it, and neither does the state stormwater regulations. So could they have done more? Maybe. Is there any jurisdiction to require them to do more? No. So, I guess that would be up for you to determine.
Tom says, okay, understood. It is what it is.
Regarding Josh's point, we can definitely reach back out. These abutters, actually, they should also get notification, so we can make sure that they've got notification of this filing and go over the lighting with them, so that they know it's emergency lighting. And GMP had talked.
That's night too.
Are there any other, do you want to take any action? Do you want to make any recommendations to the select board on this? Or we can just let them know that we reviewed it and we had some correspondence with them.
That seems fine.
I agree. This is Kate. I agree.
Okay.
So we got thumbs up from everybody else.
So just to check in, what we're agreeing to is that we're not going to wholeheartedly support and endorse this exciting proposal, but we're going to acknowledge that we had concerns and they addressed them, or they gave us valid reasons why they couldn't address them. And so
yeah, I think that what I'll do is I'll prepare a memo that goes to the town manager and the select board that just lets them know that the planning commission reviewed this, that we had seen the early notification, we spoke to Green Mountain Power, we had these concerns, and we talked about it with them. This is what they told us, just kind of walk through that and just say at this time we don't have any further concerns, or if that sounds okay to you.
I have one little question, which is, do we not have any concerns because there's no point in us having a concern, or do we really feel like it's all okay?
I'm satisfied with it right now.
I feel confident in being satisfied with it also. The biggest concerns the abutters had were, is a footprint going to be larger? Are there going to be different fences being put up? And what's the deal with the new lighting? And I think we've had all of those questions answered. So I feel that they're going to be pretty content with what's happening over there. I can definitely not speak for them, but what they were addressing, or what they were concerned about, has definitely been addressed. Unless I'm wrong, which I've.
No, you're correct. I think it's addressed.
Okay, next one.
The next one is a de minimis application, which basically means it wouldn't even have a hearing if there's no notice to intervene or any interveners on it and who ask for a hearing. It would be administratively approved. So this is it's AT&T has a site on 884 South Street. It's a private property. They have some antennas on a telecommunication tower there. There's actually 4 equipment cabinets, 4 different companies that have cabinets at the base of the tower. And AT&T is looking to upgrade their antennas, and then some of the equipment in the pad or in their equipment box there at the bottom. They're looking to go to LTE, which is long-term evolution technology. It's a 4G technology. Let's see. Most of the equipment upgrades are going to be on the inside, but then there's going to be antennas and some equipment on the tower as well. This property is not in the special flood hazard area or in a historic district. There's going to be no increase to the height or the width of the tower. There will be, the surface area is going to increase a little bit because the antennas and then the equipment on the tower are going to be a bit bigger. So but it's not going to increase more than 75 square feet. And there'll be minor impervious surface increases, which will be less than 300 square feet. So again, they wouldn't trigger any of our regulations. This is just equipment upgrades. It's an existing approved tower. This kind of thing happens all the time, and I would recommend no further action on this one either.
Doesn't sound very, no, it doesn't sound very impactful.
And this has, just for clarification, this has nothing to do with 5G technology, correct?
That's correct. LTE and 5G are different technologies, the best I can tell. So is it fair to assume, everybody, that this is a pretty straightforward upgrade and we don't see a need to ask for a notice to intervene? I see yeses from Prudence, Josh, Felicity, Jess is shaking her head. Tom is got a thumbs up, I think.
Yep, Tom thumbs up.
And Kate's thumbs up. So
what is that?
Great.
All right. So we're good on E. F. Discussion of the role of planning and design in the pandemic. This is really a broad brush. We put it in here because we were assuming that the Planning Commission would want to talk about this since it's what's happening. But there's no agenda in it other than if people want to have, comments, ideas, thoughts. I can put up a copy of our charge, which is mostly, is all about planning, and there's nothing about disaster planning in our charge. So if people want to be reminded of our charge in the context of this discussion, or if people just want to talk, this is the opportunity.
How long is the charge? Is it like a paragraph?
It's a series of bullet points. It's like 10 or 15 bullet points.
I don't think I need a reminder.
Okay.
It pretty much comes out of state statute what planning commissions can do.
So what conversations are happening right now on what the planning commission can do?
None. We haven't. The only thing that I was thinking about personally is that in this particular pandemic, public space is really, really important, because it's the only, you need to have enough of it for people to be able to get out of their homes and exercise safely, keeping 6 to 10 feet between themselves and everybody else. And so that strikes me as a planning issue, to be thinking that I certainly haven't thought about that before. One of the features of new city planning is the so-called pocket park. This particular pandemic makes the pocket park totally unsustainable. Only one person can be in a pocket park. So that's an example of what I'm thinking about.
That's a great point, Felicity. I was listening to a webinar today about when cities will be kind of, I guess, reopened, and how moving forward, this pandemic is going to really change cities and towns, just like every other pandemic has, in history. The Spanish flu really got the birth of sanitation systems, and coming out, and that was a big urban planning kind of endeavor.
Andrew,
So I think that the big ones that they talk, yes.
Can you repeat what you said? You kind of went.
You're really breaking up. I wonder if you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if you are for other people. I wonder if you turn off your camera, if we'll hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Right now we can.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to say it again. I'll be make sure I'm slow. I watched a webinar today on the reopening of cities after this pandemic. And one of the big things that really came out of it is that cities and towns are really going to be transformed from this. Just like in 1918 with the Spanish flu, we saw the birth of sanitation systems. This one is really going to be it's going to be the transformation of digital infrastructure. And another big one is public spaces. And how are we going to reimagine public spaces, both big and small? And they didn't really dive too deep into what they would look like. I think that's really up to the locality. But it's something that we're going to consider going forward, because the recovery stage is not going to be quick. It's going to be a long-term effort. So I think that's something that as a town we can really focus on. And I was really even thinking about the downtown plan, if that will need any changes, but it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I hope you could hear that.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. That was better.
Yep. Good.
I had tech issues on this webinar, but I thought it was really interesting, and they have taped it so we can send it out to everybody. But this was Richard Florida. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Richard Florida. He came up with the creative class, which is, yeah. Which is about the big criticism is about gentrification. But anyway, I went into it pretty skeptical, being Richard Florida, but this was put on by the International Council of Municipal Associations. And what he talked about was kind of how the cities and suburbs and rural areas are going to be reshaped. And he pulled out a couple of factors that I think are relevant to this conversation. Some of the pulls to the suburbs and more rural areas will be the opportunity for remote work. People who are afraid to use mass transit, the desire to have private amenities like backyards and play areas. And so, all this could lead to some gentrification. The push factors, like what, again, my connection to this conference was not very good, but he had push factors for cities and urban cores, where people might still be going into the cities because there's cluster of different industries and high tech, finance, media, entertainment. If we come out of this and there's air travel restrictions, people might want to live near hubs. He pointed out that walkable and bikeable areas will become more desirable, and that they also expect that there's going to be a return to a lot more car commuting and single traffic trips. So anyway, I just thought those were some interesting things to be looking for and to think about when we're planning planning into the future.
Wow. So anybody else? Comments, thoughts?
I'd be interested to see that. It sounded like you said you might be able to share the link to it and we could watch it.
I think that I can. I mean, I had to register for it, but ICMA did tape it and they sent out a link, so I will send it along to you all and put it up on the webpage as well, in case the public is interested.
Looks like Tom
Felicity,
has
Tom has a comment.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom has a comment. Tom's comment. This may be entirely the purview of building/life safety codes, but what about changes that reduce chances of transmission, like all public doors needing to be openable by foot, motion detecting, or at least handles that can be grabbed with arm rather than hand? That's such an interesting question. Anybody want to address
Yeah,
that?
I think I think it's interesting, and kind of as we reopen, what Richard Florida was saying, as we are reopening cities and people being in them, and not just cities, towns, whatever, as we reopen after this pandemic. He talked about a couple of key dimensions that we would need to think about moving forward, which is health screenings and temperature checks, and personal protective equipment. And so that kind of falls under the personalized protection equipment. Like, how do we, sorry. When we're in these public facilities or public spaces, how are we protecting ourselves? Is it gloves in parks? Is it, those neat door foot openers and stuff like that? So it might not be something that we exactly deal with in planning, because I do think it's more of a building code, but I think it's an interesting observation.
So vis-a-vis that, so what's the time frame now for the downtown plan? And is there going to be any kind of opportunity for us to modify it given, or to ask Brandy to modify it given this?
So we need to finish up by the end of May. And so I think budget-wise, we're not really in a position where we can ask her to modify it, just because most of the budget is spent in finalizing the plan. But if we want, I think we can ask for an extension to the grant, but it doesn't change the budget aspects of it. So I guess the first step would be to get it into our hands so we can kind of be evaluating it.
Jess had a comment. Jess, do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Who is it that develops and manages emergency preparedness plans? Is that an internal town staff?
Yeah, that's primarily the fire chief heads that up.
The WRC has a disaster planner, right?
They have an emergency planner who assists towns with that, but it's usually the local, it's the local people that write the plans.
Okay.
And they do a lot of hazard mitigation as well, not necessarily pandemic, but in the past they have done pandemic.
So back, if it's okay, can I go back to the downtown master plan conversation? Given that you're a planner, Sue.
Yeah, Jessica does have a question.
Oh, did you have another question, Jess? Oh, where does the economic development planning sit?
The town does a lot of work with BDCC on the economic development planning at this point.
Is that good, Jess? You want more? Okay. So can we, even if we don't have Brandy writing the plan anymore, is it going to be, can we change it? Or does whatever she gives us, we have to take when she gives us the final thing? Or can we modify that ourselves, given the fact that we have two planners on staff? Like if we wanted to modify it in order to incorporate some thinking about COVID.
Yeah, we could, and if we want to begin thinking of a preface or something, yeah, I mean, I want to be careful about agreeing to modifying it, knowing that she hired a lot of landscape architects and other professionals that have skills that we don't have. But, we can certainly do text edits and that kind of thing. And we could prepare some stuff to give to her to insert it into the presentation.
Sorry, I was muted. I said, okay, that's great. All right, anybody, does anybody else have any comments? All right. What? Thought I heard something.
That was me. I was just saying that makes sense. I was going to ask about, isn't there a public comment for this, that we'll have to think about how to do that?
We did have public comment in the beginning of this, or are you talking about for the downtown plan, Kate?
The downtown plan. Sorry, I'm jumping a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic
Yeah.
off. Bernie Sanders is on.
There will be a public presentation. Well, our plan all along has been to have a public presentation of the plan and discussion of it. So yes. What that looks like, because how we're able to meet, I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, this is an interesting experiment, but as everybody can see, there's some limitations to holding meetings like this.
Sue, and a thought, if we were going to do a presentation, and it was during this time where we can't have a physical meeting or place to meet, we could do something maybe similar to like a webinar where we would just present, so it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of the process. So, you know, there isn't all these video screens, but then there's the chat option, and potentially maybe we can send something out beforehand so people can send in comments as well that we can address. That's just a thought.
Because are we talking about like?
Those are good thoughts. We'll
Sorry, don't want to interrupt you, Sue.
No, go ahead.
Because are we talking about like changing the plan now to meet COVID-19? No, Felicity's shaking her
Yeah,
head.
no, I was just thinking about, because of the particular focus of the plan is public space.
Yeah.
And we didn't really think about spatial like criteria.
Yep.
You know, public space was public space, you know, 3 months ago. And now all of a sudden viable public space has to be a certain size in order to be able to have the public in it safely.
Yep. So you're just trying to think of how to utilize something that we have already to be beneficial somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sort of thinking about the fact that we went into this process of having this downtown master plan, and now we're about to have it, and there may be parts of it that are no longer useful or as useful as they otherwise have been.
Yeah, parts, if not a majority of it.
Well, I mean, at least we had we had the bicycle stuff, but even that I mean, if there are going to be more and more people riding, I mean, who knows? Because there's all that stuff about truck traffic and cars and parking, all those things that are now going to be different. If there are more cars, fewer people. I mean, I don't know how we're going to incorporate more cars here, because I think everybody who can afford a car has a car in Vermont. But anyway, all right, Kate has a big thing. Kate, you want me to read your thing? I guess so. That would limit people. So, Kate, I like Andrew's suggestion on the public webinar with the presenter and people can enter questions. That sounds like a good way to get the public eyes on the presentation without being in person. Jessica says, me too. Maybe a recording could be shared on the town website. Kate responds, that would limit people without computers. So maybe we can find a way to solicit responses ahead from them and read them.
I think we can work out creative ways, even getting it up on BCTV. They're taping this meeting, so that could be a way, and then we can get the comments back. I know Andrew's been sitting in with a couple of planners on these kind of discussions, so we'll definitely be able to do something like that. And to the downtown master plan, I mean, I guess I would say that to think about some of the themes, we do talk about widening the sidewalks. So I think that's a good thing in the where you need more space. We know our sidewalks are tight. I think, you know, people are still, if you look around, I mean, it may not necessarily be safe because they're crowded, but the public trails are still actively used because people need to get outside. And while, yes, there might be more cars, maybe that's not something we see as much in Brattleboro. I think that, you know, people are still going to want to bike and walk. It's just we might see people moving to this area because they're tired of the super dense areas and they want to come here and still have kind of this downtown core that we have, but be able to do it by biking or walking. So I don't think that we'd be totally abandoning anything in the plan.
No, but I mean,
it's my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it stresses the notion we want people to move here, but we don't want a whole bunch of people to be building in the rural areas. We want them to be staying in our towns.
Mm-hmm.
In density is another kind of really big question to think about. I was reading an article and they talked about the whole idea of what kind of density are we talking about. There's the rich kind of density, as they're calling it, or more affluent people, where maybe some more affluent people live, where they can work remotely, they don't have to leave their apartment, they can get things delivered. But then you think about like the more poorer density, like in the global south, where it's a bigger issue. There isn't sanitation like there is in other complexes, and it's like, well, how do we address outbreaks in those settings? I thought that was really interesting.
Especially too, because our poorest communities are the ones getting hit the hardest right now also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if there's where in the planning, where does planning for hospital populations sit? I know that some Vermonters have been concerned around the influx of second homers, given that our hospitals are by and large for the local people. And I mean, how does that fit into planning?
That's not anything I've known local or regional planners. I mean, I think it's pretty much been the hospitals and the Green Mountain Care Board. I know back in the 2008, even a little bit earlier, there was a lot of long-term care planning that came out of the state. But again, not necessarily done at the local level.
And hospitals, you know, got very small grants for emergency preparedness from the health department. I'm sure that will change now with this experience, but.
Call from Bernie Sanders.
Sorry. That call I got. He's inviting you to a town meeting.
I thought Bernie was going to jump on ours.
I thought Bernie was just calling me. Darn it.
No, he called me first. All right. Are we good? It's 18:45. It's 6:45. Are we good with this conversation? We want to move on to next item.
You on your phone? It's a Dr. Seuss game. Have you ever tried that Dr. Seuss game?
I'm good to move on.
Just one quick thing from me again regarding housing. There could actually be potentially to be more opportunities in affordable housing in terms of funds, because of where the market is going to be leaning in terms of there's going to be some type of housing and other types of commercial development that aren't going to be ideal anymore. So we could actually see more opportunities in housing, which is a good thing. But also, what does that housing look like? Just a thought.
Great. Welcome, Kathy.
I have a thought also. Can we add this same discussion to next month's agenda? Because I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about again in a month from now.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably have it as a running agenda item.
And I'm really interested in seeing their webinar if that's possible. That will help me think about it.
Yeah. I will send around that link, maybe as we speak.
Tom says agreed. Okay. How are you, Kathy?
I'm okay. I'm late. Sorry.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
so hard. Like, I had a hard enough time with my own schedule. Now it's like the children on Zoom meetings and,
Yep.
I remembered at 5:30, but by like 5:40, I forgot. So sorry.
I understand. It's all right, Kathy. I'm in the same spot.
So we are now at item G, planning values discussion based on the design for the Just City Lab. So this is going to be kind of unwieldy. So please, I'm asking your indulgence as before we start. You all got I assume you all got the PowerPoint that I sent you with the sort of basic instructions. And so I thought we could do the first two parts, which the first part, this one, the where I'm from piece, I think I said we could do it while we're talking, but I don't know necessarily if it's really going to work if we do it while we're talking. But the idea is that this point, my understanding of this is to get you to understand the relationship between the values and an actual planning process, the planning decisions that you make, because sometimes the values are sort of abstract. So in thinking about specifically your own place where you're from, where you grew up or where you live currently in Brattleboro, do we want to go through this with the idea that thinking about the relationship between the values that are present and the values that are absent as you see your own neighborhood or look back on your own neighborhood? And that way we'll get, I hope, a better understanding of the actual practical planning aspects of the values. And the values list is seriously unwieldy. And I wrote to the Just City Lab, and they oddly didn't write back to me to see whether or not they could give me a list of the values. But they didn't write back. So it's that great big poster. I can share the screen and then you can see them. Do you want to do that while you're thinking? Or did anybody get an opportunity to do their little sketch before the meeting? No, shaking heads. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this thingy up and show you the list of values, I hope. So the way to so can you make me capable of sharing my screen? Why do I have that? Oh, yes, share. So I divided the poster up into two slides so that I could see it better. So these are the big ones: acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience, rights, wealth, welfare. And then these are the definitions for each one. So acceptance is belonging, empathy, inclusion, reconciliation, respect, tolerance, trust. Aspiration is creative innovation, delight, happiness, hope, inspiration. Democracy, or choice, is diversity and spontaneity. Democracy is conflict, debate, protest, voice. Engagement is community, cooperation, participation, togetherness. Fairness is equality, equity, merit, transparency. Identity is authenticity, beauty, character, pride, spirituality, vitality. Mobility is access and connectivity. Power. accountability, agency, empowerment, and representation. Resilience is adaptability, durability, sustainability. Rights is freedom, knowledge, and ownership. And welfare is healthiness, prosperity, protection, safety, security. So as you're thinking about your own spot, I guess the only way we're going to do this is everybody just sort of takes a minute and thinks about their own spot, and I will leave the small slides up there with their definitions. Can everybody now see the whole thing? Great.
Is it possible to expand it a little bit more, Felicity?
Yeah. It'd be great to see the bottom, the main words again. I can only see the last few letters of each word.
Let's see, there it is. I'm gonna put them at the top and see if I can put these at the bottom. So I'm sorry, I don't have a big enough screen.
And are we doing this from the perspective of Brattleboro, or?
I don't think it actually matters, because I think in step 2, we're going to do it from the perspective of Brattleboro. But the point here is for you to get a sense of how the values operate in terms of what you know to be the case of aspects of planning. And so that when we move to our discussion about housing and density, we have a sense of what a value like transparency would mean vis-a-vis planning.
So like we're supposed to like choose one word. Is that the situation right now?
Yeah, one word that equals a value that is roughly defined as they've defined it here.
So for instance, like the one that stands out to me is resiliency. Adaptability, durability, and sustainability, especially these days in this COVID-19 world, you know, like especially with adaptability, and then sustainability, that's like what really pops out to me, at least.
Yeah, I think at this point Josh, we're looking back as the next step is to look forward. So if you can think of a place, I mean, if in your own accounting of your neighborhood, are those values present?
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, is that when I'm looking at my little neighborhood, I think there were a lot of things there, but I would say none of the sustainability values were there, except for maybe durability.
So we're looking at this retrospectively, like historically.
Yeah, you're looking from your own experience. And again, I think this is really just, I mean, this is why we don't have to take as much time as they sort of suggest, because this is really to get the juices flowing and thinking about the application of the values to a planning effort, a specific planning effort.
Tom had a question. Are we choosing from the bottom big values or the many in the columns?
We're choosing from the ones in the columns that are really they're subsets of the big ones. So I mean, if you choose the big ones, then you basically get all the little ones. And yeah. I have to turn the light on.
This is really tough. It's really hard for me to think about the past right now, with the future being so uncertain.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's a difficult exercise, but this is exactly the time, because so much is going to change, to be thinking about what is really, really, really important, and something and things that you think are going to endure.
How is my mic doing this time?
Not bad. I can hear you very clearly.
Hey, great. No static?
No static.
Great. I was curious what the green big word in the middle is, because I can't see it.
Identity. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, identity. So I wonder if I can type. No, I can't type on this. Maybe I can. Hold on.
You maybe not. Can I start
Yeah,
talking,
please.
answering the
Yes, go right
um
ahead.
so starting with looking backwards. Oh,
Yep.
look, you can write on it. So cool.
Yep.
I think that for me, the town that I grew up in, the place I grew up in, was very much oriented around that big central green one identity. And I think that it had its own sense of who it was. And I think that there were definitely community members that got left out of the value because they were different. But these were values that were really important in the community that I grew up in. It was a conservative town in southern Maine.
Okay. Anybody else?
I almost agree fully with Jess on that pertaining to Brattleboro, though. You know, like out of all the columns, out of all of our choices that they've given us, I feel like those are probably, you know, the most closely related, I would say.
I can't see what I'm typing. What have I typed so far?
Identity,
Mommy,
mobility, power.
I'm gonna go like that. Resilience. So basically these are, so from left to right, this is acceptance, oh, sorry. Acceptance, aspiration, choice, democracy, engagement, fairness, identity, mobility, power, resilience. Okay, so there they are.
I can throw in a couple. I grew up in a suburban town outside of Hartford, Connecticut. Maybe around 60,000. Maybe a bit smaller than that. I'm not actually sure of the population. I think in my little world there was some of the values that I saw reflected were knowledge, access, and then I think about voice because I had a very big high school and there were lots of different people in the high school and a lot of different opportunities. So it just seemed like students had a lot of voice. But I think some of the missing, you guys had both pointed out identity. I felt like there was no authentic place in my big suburban town with strip malls and malls and all the other stuff. And there wasn't really respect amongst the various groups of people. And I think representation was missing.
I can't see the chat box, so if Tom types in, will somebody read it?
Yeah, he hasn't entered anything yet. I just checked. This is Kate. I can speak to the town where I grew up in was in southern Connecticut, was extremely wealthy, a suburb of New York City. So for me, the big ones would be identity, mobility, and power were most prevalent where I grew up. But most of the it was predominantly. Hang on, hon. It was predominantly populated by you know, single father earning the money on Wall Street and mom home with the kids kind of place with a lot of new McMansions in Rose, where I grew up. So yeah, identity, mobility, and power. And it was, I never felt like I fit in because I was a very odd child. So it was identity, like, you know, along one very narrow track, which is one of the things I embraced about being very different about Brattleboro is there's a lot more acceptance of different sorts of identities here.
Yeah, Kate, I agree. I also grew up in a town outside the little suburb of New York. Well, actually, more New Haven, Connecticut, but same thing. Identity, safety, and power and mobility were present, but it was a very white community, so diversity was missing, and I would also say equity. Compared to where I lived in Seattle before I moved to Connecticut, where I lived in the neighborhood area that had a little bit more diversity, and you know, 98% of the kids weren't white. It was more, I think, like a 70-30 or something like that. But still, the contrast you could definitely see. And you know, if someone being in that community, it was more that very conservative, we are who we are kind of vibes.
I can talk about the town I grew up in, which was an industrial town, about 18,000 in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh. And like what others have said, I think identity was a big focus, safety, security. It was prosperous. Most people, most people's fathers worked at two, you know, steel mill and Pullman Standard, and so people had stability, you know, and I think my perception of poverty was pretty much when there wasn't a man in the house and it was the mother by herself raising children. Those seemed like the folks that were poorest. But anyway, that's just a kid's perspective. There was no diversity whatsoever. There was really, I think, an active attempt to try to keep African Americans from moving from Pittsburgh into our county. And I think that well, I don't know if there was a real entrenched power structure. There could have been. I was really happy to get out of there when I was 18 and didn't move back, but
Kathy, have you said yours?
No, I really struggle with this because I think partly I don't know if my brain just doesn't think like this. And I'm also, you know, it was hard to see, so I actually downloaded it from the website. And I feel like if you look at the big word, some of them might apply, but not all the things that are the little words that are with them apply. So slicing and dicing a little bit. I mean, I would say, so I grew up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, a beach town in New Jersey, and there was definitely an identity aspect. But I honestly feel like, you know, I left when I was 17 and I don't actually have any awareness of what the town was like. You know, I mean, it was white, it was somewhat working class. I think it felt safe. I don't know how I would characterize it. You know, in a lot of these like descriptions, I kind of feel like I really just don't have any idea, you know. Little diversity, probably not tolerant. I don't know. I feel like I can parse this out in the smaller words, the smaller things, as opposed to how they've lumped them together. In the big ones, easier.
Yeah, I think the smaller words are actually more helpful. Plus, they have the definitions, although the definitions also, like I would describe my neighborhood as under togetherness. But then when I look at the small print, it says a sense of solidarity within and across populations. And I think, I mean, my small town of Amherst, Massachusetts, was not diverse at all. So there was not, it's a sense of solidarity and then period, no within and across populations. So do we want to, I mean, we've got a good sense of these things now. Do we want to move to the, oh wait, Tom, yes, Tom. I can't see the chat, so.
Tom,
Andrew,
why are
can
you upside down?
This is Kate. I can read it.
Okay, great.
So from Tom, for the suburban middle class town where I grew up, it seems that there was a valuing of aspiration, mobility, and identity. But like Prudence said, that's my kid's perspective. My memory is of strong valuing of career and conformity and materialism. Sounds similar to what Prudence and Andrew and myself said, interestingly.
Very, very interesting. I'm sorry that we're not, that we can't, I mean, I'm writing some of them down, but I guess we're going to record this. So, what about the ones that we're missing, Tom? Did you say?
Tom said to give him some time to write it, please.
I find it so interesting that so many of us are reflecting that we came from a community that was very, what was the word that he used? Conforming or white or suburban or middle, like feeling middle class, feeling like, and that we all ended up in Brattleboro. And I wonder if there is a difference that we saw in Brattleboro that drew us here, or if there is some sort of aspiration that we all sort of may have around what we think Brattleboro is and means.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, I think we'll get to that next.
Tom said what was lacking was acceptance, democracy, and engagement.
Wow. Okay, so turning to the next one. Now this is going to get really hard because, oh no, it's not going to get really hard. It'll be fine. So the next one is you all take, there's the charge of the Planning Commission. For your enjoyment, that's a view of the city of Florence taken from Giotto's Campanile. Oh, it's down there, sorry. Okay, so the next step is to figure out what we as the Planning Commission think are the key, and we're supposed to come down, we're supposed to get 10 values that we want to use as we address the zoning changes in the denser neighborhoods, as we talked about 2 meetings ago, I believe, when we were talking about zoning. So here they all are. And you guys will just call out and I can type in just like I did with the other one, or I can circle the ones and then we'll see, then we'll have a conversation to see if we can get it down to 10.
And this is what we're aspiring to have?
Yeah, these are the values that we think we want to be utilizing as we do our work on zoning.
And this is current. This isn't where we grew up.
No, this is current. This is Brattleboro. This is our work in Brattleboro.
I apologize for my confusion. I'm not really understanding this exercise, but I think I'm following along a little bit better now.
Okay, good.
I'll vote for belonging.
All right, you're gonna have to tell me where it is. So
Oh,
I
it's
can,
up here. Oh, it's above acceptance. First one above acceptance. I love that little pen.
yeah, isn't that cool? You guys
I'd
can
like to
just,
put out ownership.
Tom said he likes vitality.
I
somebody
like
tell where, oh, there's vitality.
I like inspiration. Yeah, top right.
Yeah, got it.
So this is for the densely developed neighborhoods that will be possible with our new designation. Is that true?
Yep.
I would say connectivity then,
Connectivity.
under mobility.
Whoops.
Can I change mine?
No, you can
Does that
do
penny,
more.
does that
You can do-
penny erase?
You can add one.
Yeah, you can add one.
Because diversity on the right-ish.
On the right. There it is. Yeah, under
Yeah.
choice. Okay. So we have one.
Kate also said,
Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, Kate said also diversity and equality.
So we're gonna put 2 marks around diversity. And can somebody point out where equality is?
Yeah, right, man. Where is equality?
It says
I'd vote for equity
Equity.
right above equality.
I want to include something under resilience, but I'm not sure which one is the right one.
Does anybody want to help out with that? I'm gonna turn off my mic because the phone is ringing.
I would say sustainability or adaptability.
Yeah. Of the ones under resilience, I vote for sustainability. We've talked about that a lot in planning. I think that's a pretty important value to folks in Brattleboro.
Do we have to choose one of those, or could we just choose resilience?
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Well, for my vote, I think sustainability is what I would want to go with. Both for the sustainability coordinator and the fact that the word can mean lots of different things.
Yeah, I think the next step of this is gonna have to be that we're gonna actually have to define, once we've narrowed down our list, we then have to define what we mean by it. Because
Tom also said happiness.
I think it's fascinating that we have not chosen anything under democracy or engagement. And they seem to be really important in our process with the downtown plan.
Oh, I need to find out.
I agree. I was struggling with which one under engagement to pick.
How about cooperation?
How about togetherness? I mean, I feel like cooperation is like there's more love in togetherness. Like togetherness implies cooperation. Maybe.
Okay, erase cooperation. I go with togetherness. I like that.
Yeah, I agree with what Kathy said. I think you can be together, but you don't have to agree on things. Like part of togetherness is accepting disagreement. So I like that.
Okay, that gives us 11. I mean, if we, the question is, how many of these do we actually think we can get? Or do we want them all? Can the person who picked ownership explain?
That was Jess.
Well, why did you pick ownership? What were you thinking?
I think not only literal ownership, creating opportunities to have homes that are owned by people, but also owning the process, owning the changes. And I guess that is sort of part of the engagement piece as well. To me, if people can say, I agree to that, or I put my name on that, or I voted for that, or they will own the change.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that it's important to allow for owners' self-direction in this new zoning and owner's choice. I think that was a big part of what we were talking about, opening up the change and restrictions.
Right. Yeah. So maybe it's helpful for people to actually explain what they meant, and then we'll have it recorded so that because ideally what we'll do is we'll type these up, and so when we sit down, we'll have these in front of us when we sit down to look at the zoning changes. But it will be helpful to have the descriptors next to them, so that we don't have to remind ourselves what we meant when we put it down. Is that okay, Sue, if we do it that way? And then this is all being recorded, so we can type it up. So does somebody want to define belonging?
Wow. I suggested that one. I think it's like sense of place and feeling comfortable and safe and included.
Okay, cool. Inspiration?
Just one more thought on belonging. I wonder if there's something in there about allowing for people to make it, I guess that's ownership as well, but make it their own, or make it designed or shaped or laid out so that they feel like they are allowed to express themselves and be themselves and are accepted for that within this, whatever structure it is. Belonging.
Huh. Okay.
I chose inspiration, and I sort of really want to erase that one now. Because I also I went ahead and chose diversity too. I'm not sure if I'm the first person to choose diversity or not. But for me, what that means is a healthy community is a diverse community, and not just, race. That it's also class. It's also like a diverse business community. Diversity for me is like such a big, all-encompassing word, and it's really, really important for a really healthy community, for a healthy town. So that's why I'm way more excited about the word diversity than inspiration. So I don't know if we're trying to dwindle the list down, but if we are, inspiration can definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we, I mean, the Just City, they suggest 10, because I guess 10 is sort of workable in planning purposes, but I mean, if you want to jettison it, it was your choice, we can get rid of it. Who chose, Tom chose happiness. It's on the chat. Somebody want to read it?
I can. I chose
So
vitality.
Tom wrote,
Oh, okay. Tom wrote, I chose vitality because it brings to my mind an image of the neighborhood development promoting community vitality, vibrancy, liveliness. For happiness, simply that the built environment should aim to promote, nurture people's enjoyment of life.
Great. Connectivity.
I was thinking kind of literally just that, you know, we want to make sure that that new development is has good connection, you know, sidewalks, streets, whatever, good sidewalks for sure. But anyway, good connection to the rest of the town. I took it really literally.
Yeah, I mean, can I add to your definition, Prudence, and just say that it might also be that we want people to be connected virtually as well. I mean, like we want all of the future planning to include all sorts of electronic capacity for every community. I mean, that would certainly benefit us a great deal if everybody had high-speed internet right now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if I could just add that we know in Brattleboro that there's a lot of single households, and so connectivity can be more than just the physical or infrastructure, but it can also be the human connection. Do you need to put an accessory dwelling unit or another unit on? Are you going to have this little co-created community because you're looking for those connections as you age? Or you're at different life cycles? Maybe that's going too far, but just throw that out there for your consideration.
Yeah, that's good. Equity and equality.
Equality was me. This is Kate. I picked equality because if if any of my fellow citizens of Brattleboro aren't free or being treated equally, then I'm not really either. I think that everybody has to be for everyone to really be free and really be a full citizen of the town and be able to have all the advantages they deserve.
And similarly, equity, I think, is the conditions, the existence of conditions that permit, full participation and opportunity for everyone.
And we got a definition of togetherness, right? Because Kathy defined that. I haven't added one. Can I add one? I mean, I feel like I have to do something under something having to do with aesthetics. So I would put creative innovation, just because it seems to me that we have to be thinking about the built environment, at least, as contributing to our aesthetic pleasure. And for me, at least, that can be construed under the notion of creative innovation. So I guess I would say that in the design of built space. So it's not just buildings, but also space. So I'm going to circle that. Oops, made myself a paw. So I'm cognizant of the time, Kate, because I know you need to go, and it's we got 4 minutes before it's 7:30. Are we feeling pretty good about this? Do we want to keep going, or are we ready to call it a night?
I'm interested in what the next steps would be after this.
Mommy, this is about learning.
Well, the next steps after this is that we actually approach, we look at the zoning and we actually try to do some work and see whether or not in the decisions that we make and the regulations that we write, if we can have these, all of these exist within it so that we actually plan for diversity, creative innovation, happiness, belonging, ownership, sustainability, connectivity, vitality, equity, equality, and togetherness.
Is there either some sort of rubric that we can then apply to the work that we're doing, or are there recommendations to specifically in zoning work to apply certain values to the work of zoning or rezoning?
I'm sure there are. This exercise, there's a next step of this exercise, but I didn't think we were going to have time to do it. So I didn't read up on it, and there seems to be a fault in the PDF that they have, because one of them is the exact same as the other, is the one we've just done, but the worksheet is different, so it's confusing as to how you're actually supposed to do it. But the three-step processes reflect, align, and then actually generate. So actually start to do the planning where you figure out how to make planning decisions that would bring about these values. And I believe that's what you're supposed to do in step 3. But again, I haven't heard back from the Just City Lab. I can email them again, or I can call them and say, we would like some assistance in moving to step 3. But we wouldn't be able to do that tonight. You're all quiet.
It's the silence of consent, I think.
Was there?
Okay. So does that mean we're the next step? I mean, I think we could probably do step 3 in advance. I mean, right before we get into the zoning discussion. It may be, I mean, it's going to be hard. I would imagine it's going to be hard because we applying values to actual zoning decisions should be challenging, I would imagine. But it seems like we ought to do it within the context of having the zoning material in front of us, as opposed to speculating on how we might do it. Okay. People can see your screen. I want to unscreen. How do I unshare my screen?
I think that sounds, I think it's fine. I guess one of the things I'm thinking is that there's all these things that we didn't circle, and it makes me feel a little nervous to actually try to have the conversation. Like, to a certain extent, this is an experiment. And, I would want to, I don't want to apply the experiment to one small piece of the overall zoning work, right? So I think if you're comprehensively going over our zoning and then we chose to actually work through this fully, that would be one thing. It seems almost unfair to me to take this as kind of an experiment and then apply it to this one aspect of our zoning conversation when it hasn't been applied to anything else. and it's also like there's other words in here that, you know, I'm sort of thinking, well, are we leaving that out, or are we, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, access or, so I'm just voicing my slight bit of maybe confusion and or discomfort with like putting the lens over this one piece of our work without it having been applied all along, or understanding how we might apply it in the future, you know?
I agree with that too. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think zoning is kind of this weird beast to begin with. But what I think that this provides Andrew and I guidance in, okay, you've picked out these words, and when we're doing our work and we're making choices, we're going to be able to defend it, the work that we present to you, and that ultimately you might end up suggesting onto the select board in these terms that these are the values that we were looking at when we were looking at these denser housing districts. I mean, if we were doing this out in a rural part of town, there might be some different words. I don't know. I mean, I feel comfortable with it enough, you know, moving forward, and kind of the things that you would be looking for us to come up with in the zoning, if that makes sense to you. But
when we first talked about this, it was because I went to this show in New York City that had all of these different, or not, there were 4 different projects, planning projects, inner city planning projects that had been done by 4 different design labs using this system. And I think I mentioned that on the Just City Lab site, there are videos that show they show the whole process. So they show the values that they chose, that the planning group chose to apply to that particular situation. And then they go through and show how each decision underpins the value. And I think if you watch those videos, you'll understand how I think when we originally started talking about this, we were talking about sort of large scale values that we would always apply. But I think as I read more about it, I thought, well, it's true that different situation requires different values. And it's not to say that the things that are not circled are jettisoned. So obviously access is, I mean, we're legally bound to have accessibility. So there are some things that are always going to be there. But we might, in a particular neighborhood, we might choose one thing to stress over another. And then presumably there are going to be some of these that we are always going to circle. And I also think this is, if we have to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. And we can change it or undo it as we go along.
Just to add to that, Felicity, I agree. Like as a planner, like when I'm problem solving or coming up with something that involves something that's affecting people, I'm always going to have like a social justice lens, just because those are my personal values as a planner, and I want to make sure they're applied. So when you're talking about things that may be missing, like access or whatever else, I'm just looking at these values and saying, well, how can that be also included in something like diversity or belonging? Because I'm already going to be thinking about that, especially when we're talking about certain areas like the more dense areas near downtown.
So does that make you feel better, Kathy, and Josh, or no?
Yes, what the 3 of you have just said definitely makes me feel a lot better. When you first approached us with this, you know, it was like it's still a really good idea, but last month or a couple months ago when you first brought it to us, I was way more excited about it. I'm less excited about it because it'd be awesome to be able to participate with you guys doing this all in the same room, you know, instead of like awkward social distancing, you know, from our personal houses, you know, over our computers. Like I think I would understand it a little bit more. I would understand what's going on a little bit more if we could do this normally, like as a group in a room together. So I'm wondering if we want to hold off on this until things normalize. I don't want to crush or squash, the work that you've done already at all, though. And what Andrew and Sue are saying about using this as a tool to help them navigate, to help them with their jobs, I think that's fantastic. If that's what we're doing here, then we should just keep pressing forward and keep doing it. So I feel good about it.
I agree with you on the notion that it's obviously designed as a physical exercise where you get up, you walk around, you have small conversations as you're putting your Post-it notes on each thing. And without that, it's clearly it's not as much fun, and it also doesn't generate the ideas that it clearly would spontaneously when we would all be in the same room together.
Exactly. I also saw this as a tool to get to know each one of you better too. So that's part of my excitement for it back then. Right now though, like my mind is just so focused on the future and COVID-19 and protecting this community and helping businesses, that this sort of practice right now, to me, like, I don't want to sound offensive or mean, but I feel like this isn't like the best use of our time right now. 6 months from now, this could be fantastic. But again, I don't want to crush the work that we've done so far, especially what you've done, to get us this far into this.
Okay, so what should we do now? Call it a day?
Keep moving forward.
Okay, I mean, this is we've sort of wrapped up what it is that we wanted to do today. And I don't know if Kate is still here or if Kate has left.
I'm still here. Kate's here.
Okay. So we'll meet next month, same deal. And we'll have these typed up and we can either continue to move forward with them or we can postpone depending upon the situation that we find ourselves in a month from now.
Will we go back to the first Monday of the month timing?
Yes, now that we've got the open meeting law set up and we've got BCTV set up, yes, we'll go back to our regular meeting time. Is that okay for you, Prudence? No answer.
Prudence, you're on mute.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Kate. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
There a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Is everybody's hand raised? I only see 3 people. I'm going to assume when the motion passes, we are adjourned.
Unanimous.
Yep.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Seeing
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Okay, we are officially starting the new Fane Select Board meeting. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020. This is the very first time that we're doing some virtual meetings, including Zoom and somebody on the phone. So Chris Williams is on the telephone, Shelley Hubert is on Zoom, Angela Sanborn is on Zoom, Mike Fitzpatrick, Jay Wilson, Lynetta, and myself, Marion Gallen, are here at Town Hall meeting. And in the future, if the public would like to join in our meetings, and this is probably the way it's going to be for a while. It's going to be virtual meetings. The town hall will be open to the public to come in and sit and participate. Tonight, we don't have any people as of yet. So, I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item is additions or amendments to the agenda. Is there anybody who has an addition or an amendment to the agenda, please? Okay. So we're moving to approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of,
Marion?
we have no minutes.
Two things I wanted to bring up to talk about was the emergency management plans, if it's been updated with the forms. It's kind of important that we all kind of know who is on that and what the document says. And also the town finance discussion that came through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendations on how to handle certain things. I had asked Juanetta to make a copy of the town finance FAQs related to the COVID-19.
Okay, the first item that you mentioned, the people.
Excuse me? Oh, the first one, where are we on the emergency management plan update? Do we have the forms filled out?
Jay Wilson was here at our last meeting.
Okay.
And he reported at that time that basically he's following the emergency team is following state of Vermont rules. And we can have Jay talk about that maybe at the end of his road foreman report. The purpose of tonight, really, Shelley and everybody, is that we're going to try to get through this meeting without many extra things on the agenda, because some of us are sitting here without masks and gloves on. This is the first time we're trying virtual. And also, after this meeting, Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was, because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is. But tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the.
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind. I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
Well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, so we don't have minutes to make.
Oh, I pissed somebody off already.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush. And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll have it and we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is road business, and it's the road foremen and road commissioners report. Start with listen, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the back with it on South Woods Road. I'm working on somewhere to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired for mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be a very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're wiping down everything with chlorine.
Okay, so my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, et cetera.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One fifth person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
That's
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
Okay.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jay has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, my suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Okay, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the roads. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are select board members, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing. We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, the town of Putney over there, the crew is not allowed to drive.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew's still working. They're not allowed to mingle in the drive through like that. You can't went out to lunch and stuff like that. They're there, they're assigned a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get the vehicles to go to work.
Well, that's what Chris is saying.
I mean, right now, they're still running out the drive. Still running out the drive, and just like that, for one thing, Christopher probably shouldn't be done. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, with their each their own vehicle,
So
they
buddies
leave?
actually park all the vehicles outside. They don't do them outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed to.
I can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Yeah, what Mike is saying that is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same. Right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own to the business.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. We all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. You know, anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, how do they, do we still pay them? How do they do it? I don't know how to.
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on, they know if there's a problem, they know if they shouldn't be there, they know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone, let them do their job.
Mike Maine has the butchering to do so with Dr. Bell and they gave whatever.
I can't hear him.
That's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Jay, I think that the little club should tell it easy.
I don't like this whole thing no matter what either, honestly, like I said, I'm no different than work. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find out how to put it up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, a lot of guys that are logging. They're working by themselves off this. Just to come out with this water that they're gonna start finding everything, people go to work, and maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers, have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crews or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road crew.
We're not with a bunch of cars. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even could put in jail.
So, Jay, how about calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, do you think road crew foreman, we would like to know?
I know this is serious. No,
I know.
It's really going to be looked at, no matter what. can't just take it for granted. I mean, you know, we all know how very long to, I mean, it's not good. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand too, you know, people have to survive, you know. You can't just shut everybody. I mean, places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going. That's the stores. You know, you go in there and there's 100 people in their shop and touching you again, and you got the place, you know. And that's everybody's all right, you know, you can go to that.
Well, would everybody agree that Jake called the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, remember that call, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud, or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. It, in case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
Yeah, I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material. What's essential?
Get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential, and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrew, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely in the evenings, checking emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately, and just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, Renetta is doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
That's wonderful.
there a motion to accept Juanetta's report?
I'll make the motion to accept Juanetta's report.
Further discussion? No, thank you, Juanetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled matters to cover. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the CAP excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second, so we discuss.
Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the tracked one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller tractor would be. I just can see that we are able to go through the covered bridge with this one because we're able to sneak through, whereas the other one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a tracked one, we'd have to go over the piece work, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know. I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 300 and 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
Like two spots. We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Hillsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunterbrook bridges, moving of the old ones and the.
Can't hear you.
What was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunterbrook bridges with it. Pulled a number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes, plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads. So,
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
we used it some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. The power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the road back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Really?
Did you say 340 or 500?
340. I think the normal usage for town was like 3.
I can't hear you.
Looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the towns usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year,
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
the machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer, like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to 20, something like that.
Well, with track one, they'll cover 3,500 a month.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you're only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got care insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone just to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Kelly, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, 30 some bucks an hour? So then you got 130 some bucks an hour there. You got your insurance on that. You got fuel going in. Before you're done, you're spending probably. You're probably spending goddamn 150, 60 bucks an hour for that machine. Where you could hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out and run it for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
Like I was saying before, right? This grant that should be all the private. That should be good. But you get a better deal. People, if they put a contractor doing it, they can do it. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. The way I look at a road crew, is the road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never have, and most of them don't. They just doing the project, they put that there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially if they right now, they got people out of work, get it done for a little now. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at randomized, get a good used machine for when they're operating the road, they can pick that up. Everybody I talked to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there pissed off and pathetic.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
so 16,000 is paid. About 13,000 is paid, but people got the town. Is that a grant that we can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, so you apply for 2 every year. We've got 1 so far.
That's the good word. That ain't for doing what he's saying is by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that out.
It's not,
No, they're not just gonna give you a grant for that.
They give you a grant to do the work, all your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed, our dump trucks get reimbursed, guys, based on how much use you use.
So the grant is also for salary? So let's say we didn't use, what was the alternative? Anybody?
Reduce 140, you need to put it again, send it back.
And how much is that?
That's what the one that set up grocery shop is out there.
Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month. For the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
So that's more than, but it's.
Marion,
Yes,
I make a motion to renew the lease. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. I said, now we're discussing.
yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay.
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over it for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say that I think these grants. Because Grover has always got plenty to do by maintaining our roads. You know, last year, when they were up on Sunset Lake Road, they all get off and they put them down over a month and a half because they were working on that road. Instead of working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance. Use it for that. Wire gets the head got that too, and that funky in the cutting brush. And you got trust use it. Now that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too. That's what they said, they tell. Be like a balanced shack, right? But I mean, balance is vibrators is gonna pull the bearings out, and you see it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is correct. And I'm not Robert's rules of order. But what your motion is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. And if you can't get out of it, then we'll lease it for next year. I would prefer to say, to make a motion, second, that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that on last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, you know. And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article in the town vote if they want to buy it. But like I said, right now, you're hearing about some pissing in the morning. I think that should have been put into an article as in the warning. For us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase this estimate, right?
Yes.
Right now, we're going, right now, every year, we're putting in rental equipment money to be paid for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking about that whether we would buy it or rent it.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought, it's the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem, what we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Bratt divided the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that. There's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the budget. And I'm saying that if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we were going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire excavator.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
Anyway, my country.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and get a rejudge copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in the goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows that if they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no, if they want to purchase that day. And if they don't, then go bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley?
I hear it.
Okay, Shelley.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again.
Yes.
But we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about the lease. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for one more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the third year or not. Is that correct?
Well, even if they voted on it one time, to put this money in every year, to go for a rental purchase of this excavator. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So the, like I said, it's come up to what, $100,000, $120,000, it's crazy for different things. And half of them don't even know what it's for. Now,
Is
they
there a
prove it.
reason that it wasn't?
And according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it says it's one that you need.
Well,
so that was overlooked.
Caterpillar didn't say that. Okay.
So as I said, we'll have to go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come tell me, then it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, and I'll show you the ballot throughout the day, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year and then put it in an article for town meeting day where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it had to go before the board for this last town meeting.
Right, but it was overlooked.
I understand that.
Okay.
So let's just go through the paperwork.
Can I speak, Marion?
Yes, Chris.
Okay. We both do it. Then it's gotta be, put it on a ballot. Whether they wanna purchase it or lease it for another year. And that will make things very much simpler.
That's the way it was supposed to have been done.
We're gonna look everything over and then.
I looked it over, but I don't think everyone else has yet. But I think we're obligated for another year.
Yeah, we've looked it over.
Yeah.
We've looked it over.
Excuse me, I realize that we're obligated for another year. Now, we've got to work out what we want to do future. Now, we've had it 2 years. It might be smarter for the town to buy it outright after that. You've got to look at the purchase price, what the town can get, buy it for, and it might be a lot smarter just to buy it.
Well,
That. I don't know how I'm not making any sense. But
no, I understand. I think we understand what you're saying. And I think since this is an issue that we want to have come up on next town meeting day.
Correct.
In 1 year, a little less than a year, we have quite a bit of time to make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that will be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
Well, it's like I said, I want everybody to copy it, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go, everybody.
Next meeting, you know,
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, you know, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if Dave feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And when it comes back up for next year before a town meeting, we need to get it in as an article and we can discuss it prior to town meeting day.
That's what I just said, that we have almost a full year to discuss this now.
Right.
We review the contract and we will make sure that before town meeting that everything is in place to put an article into the town meeting day and be voted on.
Now, the article should be put in, what to redo it, what to purchase it.
Well, that's something that I think we need to decide as a select board at the time.
Oh, all right, I'm just telling you like I feel.
Right. We're gonna go. Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
Yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do. And if we, and what it would cost for us to get out of it if we chose to do that.
Okay. It's in the agreement.
That's what I said. But between now and the next meeting, we'll all read over the contract, buy an action to it, and then we'll decide by that point.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I mean, there's no sense of point down the way it's out here. I haven't looked over there. I think Shelley's looked over it.
I looked
think
over
it has.
We never mind.
So,
Spent a long time looking
I
at it.
mean, it's just like I said, what you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. If someone pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if it keeps fucking them out. I don't care. He's been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that I want to we go this thing, and we got till the end of the month.
Yes, we're going to do that. Our next meeting is the 30th. Yeah, we're on the wrong calendar. Sorry, that's the mark.
20th is our next meeting.
April 20th. April 20th is our next meeting, God willing, we're all here in the library. Okay? Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes. Angela, you're not on. Angela? Nobody can hear you.
Are you muted? Muted?
You say yes?
Yes, you did.
Yes, okay. Okay. So, do we need to vote again?
Okay, so can I make a motion that we contact the dealer?
No, we have the motion already on the floor. Motion on the table was.
So you can vote on that, but then I wanted to make a motion to contact the dealer if we're not going to do that.
So we have to vote on that motion and put another motion.
Because it only references the meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Hello?
I think it's including, Mike has offered to go and talk to the lease person.
Yeah, but I think we need it in writing. We need a statement in writing from the dealer so that we all have it in black and white.
I will have that done. Who's going to go with you? You and Jay? Jay and Mike are going to go and talk to the dealer and have it in writing, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking about.
The motion on the table was Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because it's kind of hard to understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table is Chris made the motion to renew the lease. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. So we need to have a vote on that motion or amend.
Can't hear it, Juanita.
The only one that can amend the motion would be the one that made the motion.
Can you hear me now, people?
Yep.
You can? Yeah. Good. I'm all set.
I can. But I can't hear Juanita.
Somebody is doing a motion. You need to vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to review the lease. Mike seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
Last case, I guess, we'll just go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll vote to it.
I can't hear it.
Okay, so Mike is making a motion that we're going to go through the lease during the next 2 weeks. We're going to read the lease, and you also should add that you and Jay will go and talk to the dealer. That's part of the.
So that is an amendment to Christopher's motion.
Right.
Okay.
We will meet at our next meeting, April 20th, and vote on it. Okay? Is that good for everybody?
Can I second his amended motion?
Yes, you may.
I'm seconding his amended motion, please.
Any further discussion before we vote on it? Okay. All those in favor of the motion that was made, that Mike and Jay are going to talk to the dealer during the next 2 weeks, and we are going to reread or read for the first time the whole lease, and we will discuss that at our April 20th meeting and make a final vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chris?
Marion,
Yes.
I'm the road commissioner. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Are you going to vote?
No, I'm not going to vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion and we added to it that we were going to read over the lease during the next 2 weeks. And Jay, okay, and Jay and Mike will go and speak to the dealer, and then we will come back and discuss everything that was found out and what we read, and then we'll vote on it next time. Are you willing to vote on that, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Okay. We don't know, we have to find out.
I thought we could spread this in there,
We can't hear you out here in Zoom land, folks. Just saying.
It's really frustrating because you guys need to project your voices.
Would you have everybody on Zoom? No.
Next time we need to get a microphone on that table.
Right.
And then we come up with this, but I mean, we're doing the whole freaking agenda to try and bunch of things. I don't think we're not supposed to be hanging around together. We shouldn't be hanging around. And then we're yelling.
Mike, can you lean forward?
I said, I don't really like this whole TV deal, you know, because we're not supposed to be hanging out. And now we're having to yell at the top of our damn lungs so you can get it so everybody can hear me. I said at our last meeting, the only thing we was really going to be doing was
pay orders.
To do the pay order. This is turning into a full meeting.
Yeah, because we found out about the deadline, which you, the ones who pointed out to us, thanks. It was great.
Right, which I think probably would get totally handled, you know, on the side. I don't know, but it's.
How would you handle it?
Marion.
Yes, Chris.
I agree with Mike 100%. And this is a bunch of BS, having a big blowout meeting. And I disagree with it. We voted not to do it. And Mike's 100% right.
We voted not to do what?
Have regular meetings. It was just supposed to be Mike and I getting together to do pay orders. Because we're really not supposed to be hanging out with each other around a table.
Right. No, I understand that, but
people don't like the Zoom meetings, which is frustrating because we can't hear everything. However,
you guys hear each other all right?
There's still
oh yeah.
We need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all, then it would be easier.
Right.
Yes.
Then we have to, what we have to do.
Well, you have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
Fine with me. Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office, particularly about when to do that we cannot change things. Please read that letter. We can go into correspondence.
have we all read that letter? Do we need to make a motion or anything to accept his guidance? And
I haven't read it because I got it late this afternoon.
You didn't get it on Wednesday last week when I sent the agenda?
Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Yeah, I was sitting with Winetta when she mailed those out last week.
I personally do not think that this is an emergency that we need to deal with this evening.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. I have an executive session. I and Angela are going to be doing pay orders, so we can adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll be in touch about how to do this on April 20th.
Identification of future needs from Ken this morning, Commissioner Schatz this morning. Commissioner, thank you. Committee using hand raising, do you have any questions?
And Topper has a question. His hand is
on my hands up.
Thank you, Topper. I did not see that.
That's okay.
Please go ahead.
All right. Commissioner, from what I can take from what you said, in terms of economic services by itself, you seem to be okay. What I'm looking for is there any help that you need from us in that area?
So I do appreciate that question. Thank you. So the reality is we're still gathering information, particularly with respect to the financial implications of this kind of increase. We're certainly appreciative of the fact that the federal government, of course, just passed a stimulus bill. It is complicated. What we need to do first is analyze what money is available with respect to, in this case, it may be TANF, to know how much we're receiving in Vermont from the federal government. And after that, we then would potentially make requests of you for additional financial support. The federal government has made it pretty clear that any state resources that are already committed could not be replaced by federal resources. So we want to take advantage first of the federal resources that are available. So we need a little bit more time to be able to make the request of you, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
I have a question.
Can you identify yourself?
Yeah, Mary Beth Redmond, and I put my hand up, so I'll lower it now.
Okay.
Thanks,
Topper,
Ken.
Topper, could you lower your hand too? Thank you.
Thanks, Ken, for being with us today and for all your work. I couldn't imagine your job before this event, and now it's just inconceivable with what you're handling. So thank you to you and your staff. I am hearing from nonprofits who are concerned about cash flow, and a lot of these organizations are the boots on the ground organizations providing, this care. And I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion of that relative to money flowing from the state for those who are providing care of COVID-19 patients and others who are kind of on the front lines. Has there been any discussion? We certainly don't want these organizations to go bust in the middle of dealing with this crisis. So I just wondered if you had any perspective on that or any information.
So we're definitely concerned about it and appreciate the problem And we've definitely been talking about that, and we'll get into that more deeply. Melissa will talk about the efforts were made specifically with respect to childcare providers with exactly that thought in mind, that we know we need to stabilize that system of care. And there are others similar to that, as you correctly point out. We really rely in Vermont very heavily on our nonprofit partners. So again, we're looking at what federal resources might be available to be able to provide enhanced support, both in terms of pure numbers, and again, also, I'll talk more specifically with our business office staff in terms of the cash flow point that you made. I do, of course, get that, and we're definitely mindful of that concern and working on it.
Great. I'm particularly hearing from DAs, SSAs, you know, the whole myriad of nonprofit world. So just to put that in there, but thank you.
No, I do appreciate that. And I know the Department of Mental Health and Dale have been talking very extensively, particularly with the designated agencies, about their needs.
Are there any questions, committee? Generally, in a general questions for the commissioner, or can we move now to more specifically childcare?
Okay.
Commissioner, are you kicking us off, or is this something that Melissa is doing? How is this going?
I am going to kick it off briefly and then turn it over to Melissa. So if it's okay, I'll just dive in.
Please do.
Okay. So the reality, again, I know you've been following very carefully the news and honestly the changes. And again, I want to appreciate the fact that we are all being carefully looking to the health department to provide guidance, and then the governor in terms of making priorities and directives regarding the status of activities in our community. And frankly, that's changed over time. Even in this relatively short period of time. So again, I want to start by appreciating our staff in the Child Development Division, Let's Grow Kids, and all of our other network of support and providers of childcare, because we do recognize, the governor has recognized, that childcare is actually a critical resource that enables essential persons to go about their activities, whether it's healthcare and first responders, or for that matter, grocery stores. So many things are just essential to keep going, even while, for the most part, we're doing our best to stay at home. So these directives have evolved a little bit over time. And again, we have come back to this place where CDD is being asked to essentially provide childcare through our childcare providers in the community for essential persons' children. And we're doing that through a matching mechanism. And Let's Grow Kids have stepped up by creating a tool to provide information that then CDD uses to match with available childcare providers. I will tell you that in context of how quickly we've had to move, how challenging this has all been, I think that the Vermont community deserves a ton of support and recognition for we really are managing reasonably well under the circumstances. So to give you a little bit of data, we understand that the total number of children who are children of essential persons needing childcare is approximately 1,180. The number of slots available right now is a little over 2,000. The point being that at this point, we have a total number of slots that allows us to meet the need. But also, to be straightforward, there are pockets around the state where it's a little bit uneven. There's certain populations of kids where it's harder to meet the needs. And so specifically, and Melissa can talk more about this as needed, but Addison, Franklin, and Essex counties are areas where we recognize there are some gaps. So I think we're working very hard with childcare providers and our referral and support agencies to try to continue doing this matching. Again, as you probably know from both the governor's presentations and also to be clear, there's a lot of guidance and information on our website. So I want to make sure that you know that that's available and something you can look to for very specific information. We have obviously made an effort to provide financial supports both for families and also for child care providers. We did reach an approach trying to be mindful of maintaining that support, that we're asking families to pay 50% of their tuition or copay in order to preserve their slots once we get past this crisis period. We know that this is a challenge for some families, but the reality here is in terms of the amount of money that we're looking at, we felt that this was at this point anyway, a reasonable compromise in terms of maintaining the viability of the system, but also trying to support families. So as we go forward, we're continuing to do this matching work, continuing to support both child care providers and families. And so let me now turn it over to Melissa to give you a little bit more specific information about how we're doing that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For the record, Melissa Regal Garrett, I'm the Policy Director at the Child Development Division for the state of Vermont. And I'm happy to speak with you about the efforts the division has made in conjunction with the Department for Children and Families and the greater agency and of course the governor's office around childcare. First and foremost, as Commissioner Schatz mentioned, we've made several pivots in the last couple of weeks, and the staff and team that I've been working with, I would be remiss not to call them out and say they have done yeoman's work, putting in countless extra hours to try to respond as quickly and effectively as possible to numerous pivots that we've faced. First, we focused on stabilizing the childcare system itself. As Commissioner Schatz mentioned, a real value here around having a system that exists on the other side of this crisis, and ensuring that families have slots to return to as well as programs are existing. So we did put in a stabilization program. It's my understanding we're on the cutting edge nationally in looking at it in this way, in stabilizing our system. And we are moving forward right now, knowing that there's an indefinite period upon which we need to maintain this system. We did make a pivot last week to rather than covering 100% of tuition for families that weren't able to make that payment, we're now asking families to cover 50% of that tuition. So then we have also been asked while that childcare system is in a closure period to work with folks to help provide childcare for our essential persons workforce that are required to work outside of the home and have no other resource available to them for care for their children. I want to stress that on every level, the essential persons childcare system is voluntary. It's voluntary for the childcare programs to step up and provide that care. It is voluntary for families to take advantage of that system. And so, you know, with that, it's been a little bit of a different experience for us in managing it. We've approached it from a variety of perspectives, having to really operationalize both financing mechanisms as well as the actual referral system that Commissioner Schatz referred to before. You know, we've had some values and some tenets that we have operated under. We have worked in close concert with the Vermont Department of Health, mostly and highly concerned about if we are providing this care outside of families' homes, how can we do so in such a way to mitigate exposure and to try to help protect the health of anyone that's involved in that system. Really consultation with Dr. Brina Holmes from the Vermont Department of Health under the guidance of the state epidemiologist and guidance from the CDC in terms of how we can more effectively do this. I'll go on to say that it's been a tough couple of weeks. Sorry.
Please, Melissa, you have and your staff have been pulling long hours, been doing yeoman's work, and you're right in the center. And I know it's hard because you've got people coming at you at all corners.
Thank you. So I think let's talk first about the financing system that we have worked on, and the system has gone through some pivots. Like I said, we had the stabilization system. Part of stabilizing that system did include a pivot in the way we handle childcare subsidy. Previous to the crisis, we paid out subsidies based on actual attendance of children. During this crisis, we've shifted to an enrollment basis. So for all kids that were enrolled in childcare, we continue to make payments to what we're referring to as their home provider or the provider they were enrolled in prior to the COVID crisis.
Melissa, as you go through this, I know there's been, it's been an evolving process and there's been changes. So if you can be really clear as to where we are now.
So the decision's been made. We will continue to make those payments through subsidy on behalf of families to the home provider throughout the COVID crisis. So the childcare subsidy system is something that we did not pivot on or make any changes to as we learned of the lengthening period of the response. What we did change is there are families within the subsidy system that do need to make co-payments to their childcare providers. Those are either built in or they are on top of the co-payments that the subsidy system requires, just because there's a difference between what we pay and what a childcare provider costs. So those families are being asked to cover the 50% of that copay as we shifted that stabilization program.
So what is they're being asked to cover 50% of the copay. What, if you can help us as to what that will mean in dollars per week, and they may, the essential worker may be part of a 2-worker family of which the second worker no longer has a job. So the ability to pay the copay, even 50%. So what happens to the...
What we're saying is just like the entire workforce in Vermont that is making adjustments, either not working or working from home, and are being asked to care for their kids in that home setting, that the same thing holds true for essential persons. So if they are working from home, or if their family member, if they have a family member that is home that is able to care for their child, that they utilize that mechanism and that they don't utilize the external system for care. So with that, again, we're relying on things like the fact that the unemployment program has in fact gotten a boost according to this, as this crisis has evolved. In addition to that, the federal government and the package that they just released does have, payments being made to families and to individuals that have been laid off. So knowing that those pieces are in place, we did move to this 50% cost share program for families, and that applies as well to the copay for for childcare subsidy. I don't know the answer to your question on a global or a systemic level, Representative Pugh, in terms of the impact to each family. That's because it's so different depending on the program that they've selected and if there even is a differential that they are asked to make up. I can tell you, my daughter is a subsidy family, and her child care program is closed, and her work just announced their layoffs yesterday. And as she went through her calculations, her copay is typically $30 a week, and she will be asked to make a $15 a week copay. She's typically earns about $15 an hour when she's working generally. So I can give you that as an anecdote, but I don't know in terms of how that impact looks across the board. Are there other questions about the stabilization program before I move into how we're paying for essential persons?
Are you all making any involved at all in terms of families who are not part of the Child Care Financial Assistance Program?
Yes, so that's the other stabilization program that we rolled out last week. And essentially it's rolled out in two parts, and that's because the pivot in the length of time happened, and we became aware of the financial impact of a potential long haul in stabilizing the system. So the first part is in effect through the end of this week. And that part one of the stabilization program for private pay families we are asking Vermonters who can afford to cover their current slot in childcare, their closed childcare program, to continue to do so. If they're unable to do that, that system will pick up 100% of that tuition. With that, we're asking programs to continue to pay their staff, and we're asking programs to preserve the slot for those families when the crisis is over. Families have a chance to return to those slots.
And it's the provider. So the family has to say to the provider, I can't pay for this, and the provider contacts you.
That's correct. We have a system we've operationalized to try to create a structure around that to make it go a little more smoother. But yes, Representative, that is correct. We are pivoting that system at the end of this week to a 50% requirement that families cover 50% of that childcare tuition, and then we will cover the other 50%. We're still asking families that can afford to pay 100% to please do so, but we will cover 50% of that tuition, and with that, again, asking programs to not lay off their staff and to continue to hold those slots for those families on the other side of the crisis so they can return to those.
Thank you, Melissa. Committee, what questions do you have?
And there's a whole list of questions in they all have their hands up. Can you see that?
No, I can't.
I do have remarks that I can make on the essential persons system and financing and how we're handling referrals. I just wanted to get through the stabilized system first.
Why don't you make some comment? I mean, please continue if you are.
Okay.
If you had.
All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the essential persons childcare system is a voluntary system. We do have values around that. One is the health and safety of those involved. And under that, wherever possible, keeping families together, keeping families in their home programs if those programs have remained open to serve essential persons. And as we've made decisions moving forward, those are some of the tenets that we are really paying attention to. In terms of funding the essential person system, We are offering to on behalf of any child that is within and being provided childcare, there's a $125 incentive payment that we are making to programs for serving those children. Families that are typically in the child care system would have expected to pay tuition, and so they may be paying tuition if the provider is charging that. I will just gently remind folks that it's a market-based system, and so there's some levers we can pull in terms of what we can say are requirements and others that we can't. And so tuition may be being charged to families that would typically be childcare families. Recognizing that a lot of families, as you probably are aware, at the end of last week, we were asked to also utilize this voluntary system to support children K-8. Are we okay?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. And so as we've done that addition, we did look at this and recognize those families otherwise would not have been budgeting or expecting to pay tuition. And the state is offering a $200 a week tuition payment on behalf of children that are in the K-8 system. So those are the financial supports that we're providing around essential persons moving forward. The system to find care has been a bit of a challenge to set up, and it's involved the cooperation and the work of so many folks, both internal and external to state government. And, you know, I'm going to call out a few of those as I go through and describe this system, but I can't tell you that if it wasn't for private public partnerships, we would not be as far along with this as we are. We would not have had the response that we've been able to make as quickly as we have. Essentially, our partners at Let's Grow Kids were able to really quickly set up a electronic mechanism, a collector tool for any essential person needing childcare to put in their information, and they are twice a day providing the Child Development Division with that data. Our Child Development Division simultaneously has a team of 12 licensors, 4 licensing techs, and 3 licensing supervisors that have been working around the clock to contact each and every one of our private childcare programs to learn if they're closed, if they're remaining open, and if they're willing to serve essential persons. For programs that are closed, we've been collecting data on if they know if they have staff members that might be willing to serve essential persons in other capacities, whether that's directly in folks' homes or moving to a program that's open. We also have been asking if they have facilities that are currently closed, but we know have been regulated, if they would be willing to have an external entity operate within their facility during this closure period. So in this way, we've been anticipating the need to fill gaps, and first and foremost, want to fill those gaps with folks that are within our regulated system, our staff that are already within the regulated system, as well as facilities that have already been regulated. As we've turned our attention to public schools now being part of that process, that has in fact, it is a pivot that we are in the middle of. And so we do recognize that there are folks within the public school that while they may not, like paraeducators or other teachers, have gone through some of the rigorous background checks that we're required to make, they have in fact had fingerprint checks and have been working with children in public school settings. So looking to figure out who among them may be available and willing to provide care. And again, in terms of buildings and facilities, where are there public schools that we may be able to utilize? So with all of that information, both the essential persons that need care and then the facilities that are currently open to provide that care, we clean it, make it usable, and provide that information to an existing referral specialist network that's always been present to provide childcare referral services to all families in the state of Vermont. They have been doing an incredible job. They've made 449 referrals for families to childcare in the last couple of weeks. That, to my understanding, is 6 to 7 times annually what they would have been doing for childcare referrals. So just some incredible work by our community agencies and partners on the ground to help these families make the connections that they need. We have identified some places of gaps, as Commissioner Schatz noted. In particular, Addison County has a large gap. We know there are some gaps in Essex County and also in Franklin County. And then finding a little bit of a pattern in the Burlington and Chittenden area for children under the age of 2. So our team is really turning our attention to these gaps this week. We have several strategies that we are using. As I mentioned before, as much as possible, utilizing folks within the current system or programs that have been previously regulated. We are also using the variance option that is within our regulations as effectively and quickly as possible. That mechanism primarily is being used by programs right now in order to serve children in age groups that they did not previously serve, whether that's being able to serve those K-8 students or being able to serve children. We have after-school programs that are asking to be able to serve children younger than K-8. A lot of the pattern on that, again, is that idea of keeping families together. So those pieces are definitely in place. We've also asked our partners again at Let's Grow Kids, also at Building Bright Futures, and some of the Head Start local programs are really interested in, is there a way to coordinate folks being able to find family, friend, and neighbor care? So I do know that that work is underway within our partners in that informal system of being able to match folks. I know they're exploring options like Front Porch Forum, potentially some of the nanny services that exist. So trying to figure out, how can we help families that would prefer, or if there's not, if there's a gap and we're trying to address it, how can we potentially use the informal world of family, friend, and neighbor to do that? There have been some interesting solutions, even with childcare programs themselves, where rather than having their staff work in-house, they have sent their staff to the homes of essential persons, perhaps because they didn't have enough of a number of kids. So we are tracking and are aware of some of the unique options that are happening out there to serve families. So I will stop there with some of the more general comments about the pieces and parts that we're putting together. And it sounds like there are plenty of questions to keep.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. And committee, I've got 4 questions from you all, 4 questioners. Teresa, then Dan, and then I've got 2 more. Teresa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Schatz, and thank you, Melissa, both of you, for being here, and which I know is a really stressful time. I just have I'm going to ask, I think I have like 3 questions, so I'm just going to ask them, and then I'm going to mute me, and then Chair will be able to move on. So the first is there any verification process that the childcare providers are continuing to pay their childcare workers? I have had just one report of childcare provider receiving the payments or anticipating receiving the payments, and then still laying off the worker that they had. So that was one. You talked a little bit about continuing the work that you're doing with schools, and I was just wondering if there's any regional differences, because I know that at least some schools in our district here decided not to offer school facilities for childcare. I'm just wondering if you have any other regional disparities around that and if that's causing any issues for you. And I thought I had 3, but I guess I only have 2, so that's it.
Okay, great. Thanks for the questions. And you're bringing up pieces that we have been absolutely grappling with over the last couple of weeks. I will call out our childcare financial assistance team. We have one of the lowest improper payments rates in the nation in terms of making sure that our providers are actually following the standards that we establish for payment. And this is no different a scenario, even though we are making payments outside of the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. We are using and utilizing the team and the systems in order to ensure as best we can that folks are following the standards that we have outlined. I will say to you that some of this, frankly, is on the honor system of Vermonters. And we see that play out both in terms of this verification as well as the essential persons list. Some of those pieces are, as we are working through this, clicking more and more into place. So as ACCD was able to really identify codes that the Department of Labor uses, it has enabled us to get better at ensuring that these payments are happening properly and people are following those procedures. We do not right now have a system for verifying paying workers. We would appreciate folks handing that information in to the Child Development Division if you are aware of that, because we absolutely will follow up on that. Like I said, we have a team that's well versed in doing research on these kinds of concerns. Our licensor on duty line is our consumer concern line. Same phone number. Folks can call in and just leave that information for us, and we will follow up on that. But I'll take this concern back to the team and see if we can strategize how we might be able to be more proactive about that. Representative Wood, thank you. And then in terms of the schools system, you're absolutely right. There is variety across the state in terms of what that public school response was to that directive from the governor to provide the K-8 childcare. And frankly, we just got that order, that directive from the governor to take that over last Thursday. We did have a little bit of a heads up. And in anticipation of that, we added to our team of folks that we meet with biweekly, external partners with our internal partners. We added Vermont After School. And that partner is proving already to be incredibly beneficial because they were on the ground with schools while schools were trying to make determinations around whether they're going to provide care or not. And so they're already feeding our referral specialists with information about the schools that were willing to do that and how they approached that. Some contracted with external partners to come in and do that work. Some were trying to set that up and establish that on their own. What we are aware of is that schools that were willing to do that work under the directive, now that they know that it's voluntary, are choosing to focus laser sharp on making sure that students have quality distance learning during this closure period of the buildings of public school. And as fellow agency partners to the Agency of Education and to the school-based world, we fully appreciate that task and really support the school folks in focusing on that learning for our public school students. And therefore, you know, as we are helping them by providing this care for essential persons, you know, we're just beginning on the verge of really understanding what that system looks like. So we're setting up a survey.
So Melissa, you're doing a really good job of giving us a really full and detailed explanation of how things are changing and that folks are doing, and I completely agree, the best they can. I'm trying to move you along because
Absolutely.
there are three other people who have questions, and then there are three people committee who are on the docket to testify, and we have less than half an hour left.
Got it.
Teresa, did you get your question answered the best that we can right now?
Yes, thank you.
Dan, and after Dan, Jessica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Melissa, I just had a quick question. How are you communicating to the families about the 50% ask? Are you reaching out directly, or are you asking the care providers to reach out? Just thank you.
Yep. Right now, it is in fact on the care providers to do that outreach. We are presently working as a team on frequently asked questions specific to families. That will be a tool that providers can then utilize as they're contacting and working with those families. The only families that we have contact information for are just the child care financial assistance families, which represent about a fifth of the families that use the system prior to adding K-8 to it. So we previously have and continue to not have a way to make sure we can reach every family. So there is a leapfrog that happens there.
So Melissa, if you could send Julie a copy of whatever the communication was to the providers since the Thursday shift.
Yes.
When it went from 100% to 50%. Some of us are getting calls of confusion as to what that really says. Thank you, Dan. Jessica, and after Jessica, Carl.
Thank you. So I have two questions. If families who have a child that, and they are essential workers, and they've been in the public schools, so they've never had to apply for child care financial assistance before, are they able to apply now through your website?
Yeah, absolutely they can. Our hope is that with the $200 tuition payment that we're making on behalf of those families, and then the added $125 stipend, that's $325 a week per K-8 student, that families aren't, the programs aren't going to need to charge families.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that $200 had to be applied, they had to qualify for it. So that's why I wouldn't.
It's for each and every essential person.
A couple of grocery store folks have been asking. The other piece is for the other side, not part, they're not receiving a subsidy, but they're an essential worker who works in an area, this actually is in the intensive care unit, worried about the other children, like their child catching something from them, not wanting to put them in a full childcare center, have gotten support through hiring one of the folks who worked in the childcare center in their home, but also need to pay 100%, they think, of the childcare at the site so they don't lose their spot, because they're hearing that if they don't pay 100%, they're going to lose their spot, and wondering if that's really fair, is really okay. And it sounds like what you're saying is 50%, but this is someone who's outside of the CCFAP program. So I just wondered how that works.
So again, it's a market-based program, and all of the things that we've set up are voluntary. So a child care provider on an individual basis that chooses to access our stabilization funding for that family, that non-CCFAP family. Right now, this week, if that family can't make that payment, we will pay 100% of that tuition on their behalf. Starting next week, we're asking that family make 50% of that payment. If that childcare provider is not opting into our stabilization program, that is a relationship, a market-based relationship that we are not able to really get in the middle of. So that scenario could be happening, Representative, if the child care program is not engaging in the stabilization program.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Carl.
Thank you. This question's for Melissa. I've had some providers who have brought to my attention that some of their staff think it's unfair that they're working to provide care to essential workers, and yet there are child care centers that where people are being paid but aren't providing a service to children at this point in time. My best explanation is it's an extraordinary time, but we're going to have some what appear to be inequities. But I wonder if you have something maybe more concrete that I could tell them.
Absolutely. So again, it's a voluntary program, and we looked at it as our approach was really around incentivizing the programs to continue to provide this care for essential persons. So that's what the $125 stipend for each and every child was really an effort around. And we can't tell the programs what to do with that $125 per child stipend, but it would certainly be our hope that that would result in additional salary or bonuses or some sort of compensation for the actual staff members that are doing that care.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I still see hands raised. Teresa and Carl, do you have other questions for Melissa, or can we move on to Sonia Raymond?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
That's okay. That's okay. Topper, do you have a question? Okay. A quick question. We got 3 people in half an hour.
Quick question. Why can't you tell them that subsidy if you've got people that are being paid and not working, and you have people that are working allegedly voluntarily? I don't know how that child care center could stay open if they were doing, if they didn't come to work. Why can't you tell them to use that money to provide more not assistance, but pay to that worker that is in fact on site working, whereas the other one is not working and being paid fully?
Mm-hmm. Again, it's not something that we have ever gotten in the middle of, even with the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, where we pay tuition on behalf of children to attend a program. They're a private business, and they're really setting up their budgets and making their businesses work. I think that you're probably accurate that they're not going to attract people to come in and do this work if they're not offering them additional compensation. Keeping in mind that these folks aren't not compensated, they should still be being compensated under the stabilization program. It is highly likely that the WAVE programs are in fact getting folks to be willing to do this in an ongoing way would be added compensation.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Topper, I'm sorry. We got we got 3 provider people who would like to, or versions of that I think would be important that we hear from. And what I would be looking for, committee, as we think short and medium term, and Commissioner, as we're thinking short and medium term, if there is something that the legislature needs to do to address some of these issues. Sonia Raymond, you are the Executive Director of the Vermont Association for the Education of Young Children.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm also the owner of Apple Tree Learning Centers in Stowe, so I'm going to be speaking from both perspectives a little bit today. just in terms of our role with VACI and what we are doing in the throes of this, is we have sort of become, as I'm sure Let's Grow Kids and many other statewide organizations have become sort of the go-to points for a lot of the programs in the state. So when they have questions, they are coming and looking to us as statewide leaders to provide those answers as best we can. So we have spent a lot of time working with the different organizations and agency to try and get that information out to people as quickly as possible to stave off any confusion that we can. Not that there isn't any, because there is, but it's in an effort to work, with our partners to help that. So we've been sending out a lot of communications over the last 2 weeks and answering lots of emails and phone calls, as I'm sure many other folks have. I was asked to talk about sort of the general impressions. I have to say the package that Melissa spoke to is gotta be the best thing going in this country. I can't imagine anything more supportive for this industry. We entered this, this situation 2 weeks ago, and business owners and providers were absolutely scared out of their mind. They are generally a week to 2 weeks from closing their door in the best of circumstances. And what has been put together as a financial package that Melissa just described is unbelievable, frankly. And it does allow, if people opt in, it does allow for programs to come out the other side of this and be able to provide a service for families again. It isn't perfect. I'm not sure we could put together something perfect, but it does work and it does allow for that. I will say most of what we're hearing with regards to that package is just some confusion about how it's working specifically and what they're supposed to be charging or not charging to whom and how, and not knowing who to speak to specifically to get answers. And so the one thing that I would say, if it's all possible, is to have, if we can have some sort of central housing for who you call or how you get your answers in the quickest possible manner, that would be great. Because what people are tending to do is go to their licensors at this point. And the poor licensors, they don't have all the answers to all of this. They're doing the best they can. Plus, they're trying to work with the programs that are still open and those that are closing and figure out how to help them manage things. But I can say that that would be super important at this point for clarity around all of this. And, I want to speak to the essential care piece, if I could, for a minute, because Appletree has chosen to remain open. And this wasn't after a great deal of thought. I could see the writing coming a few weeks ago myself on the wall, and thought a lot about this idea before I was even asked if I would be willing to do it. And well, I couldn't agree more that best case scenario is that every family have access to having care from, a family, friend, or neighbor for the least amount of touch points for the family as a whole in terms of possible infection and for some continuity. But I think given the circumstances, what is the folks that are choosing to do this are doing is providing something in the interim, particularly because there are many families that actually just don't have access right now to family, friend, or neighbor that they can actually get this care from or feel that they don't have that. And so for us here, those are most of the families that we are serving, families who don't have other family in the area, who live in very rural areas, who don't have close relationships perhaps with their neighbors, or neighbors who are not comfortable watching their children, knowing that these are people going off to work in hospitals and grocery stores every day. Lots of reasons. And our numbers are very small, right? We have about 12 people enrolled right now. We used to have 95 a day. So that goes to show you that Vermonters, in my opinion, are really trying to do the absolute right thing by their families. And for us, to the decision to open and do this was to fill the need. And I can say that we did it initially, and then we decided not to do it. And then we reopened when this new package and incentives came out for the essential providers. And I'll tell you, that $125 that you were just asking about is a big deal. It's actually what allowed me to feel okay about this for my staff, because I was losing my staff every day that had agreed to do this initially. They were getting scared. They make like $15 an hour. They, you know, if they don't have health care, then what happens if they get sick? So for me, this $125 is going directly to my staff. Those that are staying, it's going in their pockets, not mine. And I really hope that that is what people are planning to do with this funding. And from the providers that I am speaking with, that is exactly their intention. It is to put it into their program, to be able to stabilize their program and to pay those workers that are staying and working a significant increase so that they can access healthcare they might need and have not felt they could do the premium on before, or to just for their family whose spouse may have lost a job. So I do think that this has been a very important piece to have in place. And that was felt to me a direct response to having heard, I am sure, a ton of feedback from me and probably lots of other folks that we probably wouldn't have programs willing to stay open very long if we didn't do something to help the staff feel like they could do this and not fully, you know, jeopardize their families. So I could say a lot more, but I know that we have three other people that would like, or two other folks that would like to speak.
Sonia, this is Representative Pugh. $125 per child is a good incentive. What else do you need, either monetary or, and I'm speaking to you when you, as the executive director of the Association for Education for Young Children, short term and then medium term, either in terms of funding or policy changes?
I think, you know, the basics of businesses will be covered. I can see that there might be some gap funding needed. I think what programs are, that the ones that I'm speaking with are doing is really paring their expenses down to absolute bare minimum. But as this stretches over time, you know, the longer it goes, I think some of those cuts are going to become quite vital to their business, and they may need help to bring some of those back. So I can see that perhaps needing change. The other thing that I would encourage some change in, if possible, is some policy around healthcare. We provide healthcare actually at Apple Tree. That does not mean that everybody can afford it, even though we're paying half their premiums for them. And I think for this industry, if anyone who is choosing to stay and do this type of care should have, and I know they can access it now through the state system, but it does not mean it's affordable for them, or at least that's what I'm finding with my own employees at this point. So whatever we can do to help that situation, I think would be important.
Thank you. With the exception of Topper, who's not on mute. Topper, do you have a question for Sonia?
No, I thought I was on mute.
That's okay. I don't see any questions. Sonia, thank you very much. Thank you for deciding to reopen. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Floyd Neese is next. Floyd is going to speak from the Lamoille Parent Child Center and the perspective of parent-child centers.
So first of all, thank you all for paying attention to these issues. It's a matter of crucial importance right now. And And I hate to be the bad news bear, and I admire people like Sonia who has, am I still on? My computer
You
just,
are still on, but for, this is, you're on at
Okay.
the bottom.
Got it.
But what you submitted for testimony, since we are on YouTube, is up there for people to look at.
okay, so you have my testimony written, and I'm just going to cover the highlights.
Okay.
Okay, first, asking childcare providers to provide care in a congregate setting in the context of a governor's order that says stay home and stay safe. Those two things are in conflict. And I think that you're asking an awful lot for $125 a day of people who are really taking great risks by going to work every day. There are a bunch of questions that arise. One is, how do you maintain social distancing among active children in a congregate setting? How do you do that with toddlers? How do you do that with infants who need to be changed, who need to be held? So we have several PCCs that have child care facilities, but don't have staff for them. And because their staff have either to, they need to care for somebody at home, they've got their own kids, they got to do homeschooling, they're in a risk category. So there are no staff. So some of those parent-child centers have been asked to reopen their child care facilities using some other caretaking arrangement like volunteers, teachers from area schools. And that, my legal counsel went nuts when he saw this, because there are so many liabilities that present themselves that it's a real risk to the organization itself, ultimately. What happens if somebody who is attending your childcare, one of your children, gets COVID-19? What happens then? Does the place shut down? Are you liable? Is it a workers' comp issue for the people who can't come to work anymore? It's a bundle of issues that haven't been addressed to date. And you can see I've got them in there so you can take a look at them. But so speaking for myself and not for the network, I want to say that I believe that, I'm reading this, I believe that caring for these children in congregate settings puts them and their caregivers at great risk. It would be less risky to care for them in their own homes with relatives, neighbors, or friends. I've let my staff know that that if they want to, they can volunteer, or they can decide to provide care in someone's home, and that we will help them do that if they feel like they can. But if, as a last resort, volunteers are used in children's homes, it would make sense for them to have an off-site infrastructure that they could call on for support, a hotline like to Building Bright Futures, that they could reach out to with questions or if an unanticipated challenge came up. Finally, this emergency has brought into sharp focus the fact that the person cashing us out at the grocery store is as critical to our daily lives as the doctors and nurses caring for those who are ill. They should not have to put their children at risk while they themselves are at risk where they work. Schools are closed for a reason. School districts across Vermont have largely been unable to fulfill this directive for many of the same reasons. And districts that did begin to provide that care are now shutting them down. Barrie is a case in point. It's an unsustainable and unsafe model with serious liability should anything go wrong. Closing congregate child care settings for all but the children of essential personnel means that the only children being put at risk in that way are the children of essential personnel. We have to find an alternative, and I think we can, but we can't put kids in a congregate setting and put them at risk in this way. And that is all the bad news I have to give. But I do want to say one other thing, and that is that parent-child centers are in the same boat as DAs and SSAs with regard to cash flow. Just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Floyd. I'm just so that we are clear. Are you speaking for Floyd Nice and the Lamoille Parent-Child Center when you, or are you speaking for the Parent-Child Center networks broadly when you say congregate childcare should not be the option?
I think I can say that I speak for the vast majority of the Parent-Child Center network.
And so that people should be going to individuals' homes.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think, you know, if my child is exposed to 10 kids, or I'm sorry, 8 kids, because there need to be 2 adults in the room, to 8 kids in a given day, and those 8 kids are exposed to their caregivers at home and whoever else they're exposed to, there's a multiplicity of risks there that's pretty significant.
Okay. Committee questions for Carl. Teresa, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. Floyd, I just want to ask you a question about the last statement you made with regard to cash flow. I guess I'm making an assumption that if you have people participating in the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, that you're getting the same payments that other child care providers are receiving. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and then my second question is with regard to the base payments, you know, the grant payments that the Agency of Human Services makes. Have you received any notification that there would be any change in those?
No, we have not. In fact, you know, we made a point to the Agency of Human Services that it would be great if they could pay some of the accounts receivable early, and they have.
Okay.
So, I mean, the truth is that I don't think anybody's on the edge except perhaps in Rutland or where else? Anyway, I know Rutland is on the edge anyway, but so I don't think we don't need any emergency intervention at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
But we can all see them coming.
Thank you. And Floyd, as usual, you have brought up some hard points and some things that we need to balance. And later this week or tomorrow or next week, we'll be talking more about short-term and mid-term solutions or responses. But the last person to testify and provide us with information today is Allie Richards, who's the CEO of Let's Grow Kids, who have stepped up as an organization.
Thank you so much, Representative Pugh, and all of you. I'll try to be brief. I know we don't have much time left. Okay, so I just truly appreciate the ability to share Let's Grow Kids' perspective right now in such a difficult time. I'll pretty much, as the last person on the roster, be kind of underscoring a couple things and reacting to a few things. But I think it's helpful to know that the second this happened, it became an all hands on deck situation, we've all been saying. And so we ceased pretty much all of our normal activities at Let's Grow Kids and pivoted to working hand in glove with the administration, but also the early care programs on the ground, Sonia mentioned, our federal delegation, and the state and national advocacy groups. There's a lot of great TA and shared learning, and people are knitting all of this together. And so we're trying to be kind of a bit of a clearinghouse to between all those various supports and sort of new information coming and going. So I think it might be helpful for you all just to hear what we've been doing, which really puts into focus what Melissa mentioned as a public-private partnership, maybe give you ideas of other things you might even request in the coming days and weeks. You know,
I think that latter part would be very helpful right now.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay, so here's a summary, and then I'll just make 2 broad points at the end and open up for questions. So we're basically collaborating with the state to be a resource for childcare programs and early educators on the ground right now. Part of that looks like collecting feedback from the early childhood field, relaying their concerns, triaging their concerns to the state and other policymakers, as Sonia mentioned. We're also putting resources very regularly updated on our coronavirus website at Let's Grow Kids. And I think I want to make a note that this is for early childhood educators and families and employers, who are 3 key constituency groups that have risen up with needs and questions in this. A lot of guidance is coming fast and furious, and some of it's not really digestible. So we're both posting it directly and helping to digest to make some of that a little bit more accessible for these groups as well. So that's constantly updated on our website. The other big bucket of work we're doing, has been alluded to by many, is this emergency care now for essential workers. Okay, and I want to just make a couple key points there. So as Melissa said, we're partnering with the state for that intake. It's purely intake, and then it's passed right on to these CDD and these systems, referral in place. But what we're also doing is really focus on the health concerns. So just as a quick, and I'm not the bottom line on this in any shape or form, we're working closely with CDD and Brina Holmes at Department of Health. And all I can say is we've been advocating very much, and to people who are listening very closely, to make sure that those who are doing this care have access to the absolute best health guidance possible. And you know, sort of the next wave of that is looking at health insurance and how can we think about, you know, sort of expanding that and supporting that to these folks. But we co-hosted a webinar on the health guidance, and I will say, in sort of speaking with Brina, they are thinking about what Floyd is saying very, very carefully, and they're looking at guidance. They're looking at best practices. They're also looking at a lot of data that's coming out of centers around the world and in other places in this country, and seeing that actually in very, very small settings, with a lot of hand washing, that the risk is quite low, that young children really are not vectors of this in many ways. So all I will say is I know a lot of thought is happening with good public health guidance there. And I would bring up something that Vermont AUI, or National Association, NACI, has said time and time again, which I believe is really ringing true for folks at a time of crisis like this. Really highly qualified and prepared early childhood educator is an incredible resource. So in those cases where these children of essential workers can have that access to this care right now, is actually a wonderful thing for them and their families during this time of crisis. So finally, we continue to advocate for financial incentives and supports for these programs, and the state is doing so much good work there, as you heard from Sonia. The other thing that we're doing is we're supporting the programs that have closed, to do a series of things. You know, some of them do need bridge loans for a variety of reasons. There are some small gaps that are still arising, so we're helping put a hotline together to get early educators. Wonderful people have stepped up. We're paying 50%, you know, and folks are doing 50% pro bono, people that you'll know around the state that do this great work, a lot of legal firms, to give unemployment insurance advice and other HR related advice to this field right now. And working with VSECU and the Vermont Community Foundation on some bridge loans to fill some of these gaps. We've heard from so many people that want to help, that we've set up an emergency fund for childcare and have a really wonderful response. And that money can be used for some of these things. And we're really making sure that any federal and state policies really do take into consideration the childcare industry and the specific needs, so they are not sort of left out in any way. We're also supporting families right now. They're really struggling in a variety of ways, making sense of this, being at home with their kids. The good news is a lot of the childcare folks that are open right now are doing great work actually with continuity of learning. So I'd say we're actually now supporting some programs in doing that continuity of learning, what it looks like for childcare folks at kids of this age, how to support families and their children right now as an early educator that's, you know, not physically seeing those people every day. We're also really helping to support ramping up professional development for this field right now, while they are still actively working and on payroll. We're also really supporting employers on what flexible sort of benefits look like for their staff right now at this time, having them step up to support childcare in a variety of ways. The last thing I'll mention is we're pivoting to supporting more of this informal care, as sort of Floyd saying. It is a piece of the puzzle, as Melissa said as well. And we've been working with CDD, and at this point, it really looks like setting up resources for families to access these informal networks. And I will say one really bright spot is a lot of medical students can't be working right now because of the crisis, and they are background checked and they have first aid and they're ready and willing and raring to do this. So we're sort of thinking about ways basically to link them and other folks up like that who want to go into people's homes and be a part of this puzzle that we're all sort of seeing come into shape now. And so that's continuing work that we're doing with CDD. So really two final things I just want to say. I just have to thank you all and thank the state of Vermont. As others have said, we are the best in the country right now in this moment. We're following best guidelines, using CCFAP flexibly in the way that, by the way, you all have said in your 5-year redesign plan, it should be used, not only in a time of crisis, but generally like this. So it's the right direction. Your groundwork and thoughtful work on this has helped put us in this place where we're the only state right now that has said, we're going to be darn sure you can open up your doors when this is over. This is such a vital resource for us, and we're going to make sure of that. And now these folks don't have to worry about being bankrupt while they do this continuity of learning for their families, while they do crisis emergency care for essential workers in some cases. That is so huge. I have to underscore that point. I also have to say, you all know this painfully well too, the lack of having a modern IT system right now for CDD and AHS is crucial. It's impeding efforts. States that have made these investments, like the ones that you've already set in motion, but we haven't finished in Vermont, have made things so much faster, identifying gaps, linking people to care. It's just really, we'll continue to find huge points like that in this crisis together for policy moving forward, but I just have to mention that one. So all that is to say, I would urge you all, in understanding sort of the magnitude of both the problem facing, the early care programs and the significant stepping up that the state has done to really support this industry.
Thank you.
I'd love for you to make sure that you're looking at federal and state dollars to support and basically back up what the state has done.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone has their something on because there's a reverberation. Carl, you have the final question in the last minute that we have, and clearly folks who are listening, we'll be continuing conversations around childcare and where to move next. We've spent a lot of time this morning saying what people have been doing. We need to know, we need to move forward and what needs to happen forward. And Ally and Melissa, thank you for, and Floyd, thank you for identifying some of those things. Carl.
Thank you. My question, I don't know whether it be Melissa or Ally could answer this, but what is it true then that somebody that, let's say, was working, providing childcare for essential workers in a daycare facility, and they ended up having to stay home because they thought they were contracting a cold or something like that? Would they be going on unemployment, or would they be going on what do you call it, workers' comp?
Melissa, do you want to take that one?
Sure. What we understand from our partners at the Department of Health is that because this is such a community-wide and widespread contact scenario, there really is no exact way to pinpoint where someone may have come in contact or contracted COVID-19. Therefore, this is not a workman's comp issue because there's no way to actually prove that someone had that contact and actually contracted COVID-19 from a child care program.
Thank you very much.
That's a good, clear answer. What I would ask committee, thank you for this last hour and a half. If you have questions for any of these folks that we've heard from, if you could write them down and email them to Julie Tucker, our committee assistant, and myself, committee members, we will see how we can get them back to, or someone back to us to answer them. But clearly this is the first step in where do we go from here? And we'll be having that conversation, if not in another meeting this week that's not scheduled, or at the very beginning of next week. Committee, thank you very much. We're going on our lunch break and we're coming back at 2:30. Help someone, coming back at 2:30, where we're going to be talking about Woodside. So thank you all very much. And this is the end of the morning for House Human Services. Bye.
The resources and the attention that everybody's giving to this from coming at it from various angles, sort of adding to more confusion. I know and just to be upfront about it, I know that we set up a new task force in the legislature to also look at this, and I don't want that to add to the confusion. So we want to work collaboratively with the administration if we're going to get something done in a timely fashion. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and maybe you can bring us the latest and greatest. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree. Like, what we want to be careful about is actually creating overload and confusion. And I'm glad both Linda and Darcy are on the phone because they can talk more detail in terms of specific programs right now. However, what I will share with you is that the team at ACCD has built a web page where folks can go. In fact, I have a brother-in-law who's a small business owner, and while you gave me an extra 15 minutes, I got on the phone with him and I walked him through our website, and it actually was really slick because you land on the ACCD web page and you'll see the COVID-19 image, and it says financial assistance and guidance for Vermont businesses. So when you land on the next page, it's really clear. It says resources for business, resources for individuals, and resources for communities. So if we want to start with businesses, when you click on that, there is another box that says financial assistance. The reason I say there's another box that specifically says financial assistance is because there's also folks who are still looking for sector guidance with respect to whether they should be continuing their operations right now. So when you go to the financial assistance, it talks about the CARES Act, and it's a very interactive opportunity for people who, we have something, for example, it says, do you need capital to do you need capital to cover the cost of retaining employees? And there's the link to the payroll protection program. So, and it goes on to talk about like the economic injury disaster loan. And like with my brother-in-law, I was kind of taking him through, and sure enough, he said, I want to apply for this economic injury grant. And I was able to say, bam, like here, you hit this link and now you're at the application on the SBA's site. So basically what I view our team trying to do right now with respect to this part of the information is to create one stop for people to land there. And again, we're going to keep, it's going to evolve as we get more information. And as both Darcy and Linda will talk about, I'm sure, is like there's still guidance that we're waiting on. So this thing it's not like it's complete, but I think it gives people enough to give them an idea of where they should go. It also tells them, when, in what situation they should go to their own lender, or they can go to the SBA as well, or VITA. But a lot of folks find that really comforting that, if they already have a lender that they have a relationship with, they can go to them. My brother-in-law happened to mention, he said something about, he said, they sent me payroll protection information. And I said, who's they? And he said, my CPA. And I was like, awesome. So that's good news too, right? That the CPAs are getting this information out as well. So that's kind of like the business piece. The other thing that you'll find on that page is resources for individuals. So when you click on that, it will, again, it'll say like, you know, do you need financial assistance? Do you have a housing issue? Do you want to go right to unemployment insurance? So same thing, it's an interactive kind of asking people some questions and helping them try to navigate where they go. And the third leg of this stool, which is still really being built out, because again, the guidance is a little bit lagging, and not for any fault, but the CARES Act included $5 billion in funding for the HUD Community Development Block Grant Program, and our share, Vermont's share, is $4.7 million that will assist communities across the state. So that's, again, we have a little bit about that on our page, but that will be built out as the guidance comes through, so that, again, communities who have experienced specific negative effects as a result of this, or, also other, can support other needs their community has. Like, this would be a place that communities could go and propose how they might spend some of that money. So that's kind of where we're at. We, our team has been, as you can imagine, very resource strained, trying to help people come into compliance with the executive order. And I just want to say, like, I do feel positive that for the most part, people are getting it and they understand. There are always a few that kind of want to fight the individual battle, and that's okay. Like, we're walking through that with them, but our goal is to, we've started building a team that is really specific to that part of the business support, because what we need to free our team up so that we can focus on the business recovery side of it. Like this part, building this website out was really helpful, but we need to continue to try to, identify the areas that maybe there's some holes, like there's federal funding, but are there going to be some areas that we might, say, come to you all and say, we need help because there's something that's missing and we have to fill in that hole. But our team has to be thinking about those things and working together. So we're just trying to free up some capacity to work on some ideas. And then the other piece is obviously communications. Having the tourism and marketing department within the agency, we have a lot of assets that are generally used for outward facing campaigns, I guess. And, we really need to turn some of those assets inward now, and kind of, if you kind of think of like the Vermont Strong campaign, like help create things that will provide Vermonters with hope and reassurance that, there's some relief on the way, that it's coming, here's how you access it. So, now that we're starting to build it and we're thinking about other areas that are missing, we're also really thinking about the communications aspect and making sure that folks do know where to go to get the help. So those are some things we're working on, and I'm glad to be invited to, the task force that you're putting together. I think that it'll be, helpful if some of you all, we're trying to put a task force together too. So if we have some legislators on that, it'll help us not duplicate the efforts. We can spread out the work that's necessary.
So a couple of questions on both the front end and the back end.
Okay.
On the front end, the work you're doing sounds exactly what we need, but as you have identified, we need people to look there as the default or the primary place to go. What communication efforts are out there at this point, now that this web page is up and running, to get people to know to go there? Like, is there any kind of public service announcements, or is the governor going to make a statement? I think that's what we're trying to do, is narrow down to a definitive, proper place to go. And then the back end is what happens to people. As you say, there are some people who will have individual challenges, or either individual circumstances, or their personality is such, or their skill level is such that they can't deal with it on the page. Is there something on the page that directs somebody to a more individual attention.
Yeah. So as far as letting people know that this website is up, we did announce that yesterday at the press conference. So that was sort of our public unveiling of it. And overnight, we've been trying to share that page on social media. I noticed Senator Ballant shared it. Thank you. But our team right now is working on, again, all hands were on deck to even build this thing. So the comms team is now talking about public service announcements, even paid advertising and social media. So they're developing the plan. And I wish, Heather was on the line, because I think, she probably could really share with you that she's further ahead than I even know, because that's how they work, that's how they roll. But that will be forthcoming. That's very much in the works in terms of really broadcasting and making sure that the public knows this is out there and this is how they access it. As for your question about the back end, so when folks come, some people, you're right, are not going to enjoy, an interactive experience online and may just want to pick up the phone and call. So we do on our website also have a phone number for folks to call, and we can give them help. The phone has, it's been a little bit nutty. So we're trying to, again, assess what that looks like. And as we build our team out to deal with business recovery, I shouldn't just say business recovery, just recovery, we can think about expanding the phone availability if we need to. But we also have email that's set up specifically. It's a COVID-19 email for people to email in and ask whatever question it may be, and they can connect with us. The third thing that I'm going to mention, I'm probably letting this out of the gate before, I should, but we have been talking a little bit with the Agency of Digital Services about a chatbot. So I don't have a price tag or anything, but some of the other agencies like the Department of Health is using it and whatnot, but trying to just give another opportunity to create some capacity help for when people have questions. This chatbot would scrub everything on our website and give people answers and help that way. And if they're still not feeling like they have the help they need, then, a live person can help them. But the other thing I should mention is, we've talked about doing town halls. I'm probably forgetting some things, and I think Jess Jess is on the line too. So she may think of something I'm missing, but we're definitely brainstorming about all the different ways that we can get the word out there and help. And as I mentioned, Linda and Darcy have been incredibly helpful and great partners in this. I've learned a lot in the last week. So that's kind of what's going on right now.
Okay.
Michael,
Michael,
can I just ask a question? Lindsay, thank you. And thank you for all your work. Really terrific. Darcy Carter participated with us. We did a 4-chamber. We've now done 3 of these 4-chamber town halls on 4 businesses. It strikes me doing a town hall that the chambers would publicize for you with you and and Darcy and Linda on the phone, and it's fairly easy for people to ask questions in a thoughtful way. I think that would be a great thing to do if you were able.
Yes, and you know what, I'm actually participating with the Vermont congressional delegation tonight, and my first town hall experience with all this. A little before 5 o'clock tonight, but I'm excited to do this because it'll give me the opportunity as well to envision how our team can roll these out, regularly. And as you mentioned, I know the chamber will help us. These are great ideas. I look forward to that experience and obviously joining that crew tonight.
And Michael,
Kyle, this is sorry.
Go ahead.
I did want to tell you that the Department of Labor is doing a very small soft launch of a town hall this afternoon for businesses. I think it's just I think they're doing it with one business group as kind of a test. But then publicizing them. Hopefully we're going to be rolling those out and sending invites, more publicly every Tuesday and Thursday for the next couple of weeks. So I'll make sure to get this group that link and that information, but they are testing that this afternoon.
Oh, great. Great. And Lindsay, I appreciate
that you're keeping this up to date. I know that this is evolving and things are changing all the time. One of the situations that I heard from a constituent was that, you know, they checked the list of, say, essential workers at one time, or their employer did, and they were on the list, and then they have subsequently been taken off the list. And I just hope that there's a way of telling people that they have to continue to check this this website because things are changing all the time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking there may be an example where there was a course correction at some point right out of the gate, and I can't remember what the exact incident is. But again, I think that, you know, and this is part of our communications that we need to get out there, is what we really want employers to use this guidance as is if they think they're critical, but they're not sure, and they're thinking about closing. What I think we, you know, did, which caused some confusion, is I think folks thought they needed to get permission to stay open from us. And really what we're asking people is, if you're not essential, please just shut it down right now. And so I appreciate what you're saying. And I wish I could say there's no way that happened, but I do know there was an incident. It was within like an hour or two of putting the site up, where somebody caught something that kind of had the barn door wide open, and we closed that loophole. But you're right. If we make a course correction, and honestly, the intel that we get because of the outreach tells us where we have areas that we need to address. We know we have some loopholes, and for the most part, even though those loopholes are open, people are willing to say, like, I probably shouldn't be doing this, but others are using those loopholes as an opportunity to say, well, they left the door open, right? I'm going to do it. So Deputy Secretary Brady and I were just talking about this morning. I mean, we have a little running list of some of the things that we know we need to tighten up or make more consistent. You know, we've created some inconsistencies at times where we didn't intend to, and you know, we've known like we have to keep working through this, but like with the box store announcement, we'll try to make it clear if in the box stores, it wasn't necessarily it wasn't a course change. It was, we realized people were interpreting something very loosely.
Well, and I think, you know, this has put some employees in awkward situations where they've been told to go back to work. And have chosen.
Well, I would be interested in hearing what that industry or that sector was. So we, you know, again, we can maybe issue some help there. But yeah, no, it's hard. I mean, I think some people are relieved when they realize like we shouldn't be open, right? It's like a relief to say, I should be closed down. I need to stay home. And others want to fight it, you know?
So Lindsay, one of the things you mentioned when you were talking about the chat room, you sort of slipped in that sort of pricing it out and do it. So one of the what I hope you guys can do, especially in conjunction with this committee and with the special task force, is come to us with ideas that where the legislature can be of assistance. I mean, we're kind of clunky, and you can move a lot faster, but we have control in large part over the purse strings. So one of the then there's a lot of money coming into the state that's discretionary money, and this is not going to last forever. It's going to be a short-term thing, and even if it might sound expensive up front, in the scheme of the amount of money we're getting, we might want to invest in these kinds of things, and we can do that fairly quickly. So we want to. One of the things I think that this task force, and I've talked very briefly in my first call with Representative Marcotte, is to figure out how we can help you with resources. So don't limit yourself in terms of your thinking, saying, well, that's going to cost $500,000, and surely we can't do that.
Yeah.
So,
Because that was actually, Michael, one of the questions that came in as we were gathering questions, which is under the CARES Act, will Vermont be reimbursed for additional compensation, administrative costs? And that's exactly the kind of thing we'll be hopefully able to funnel your way on those kinds of things.
Yeah.
The chat
I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I think what happens to me is I get a little bit like anxious thinking, okay, if we don't suck the money into the technology, then maybe we can create a program that fills a void, like a hole that's missing. Can we,
Right.
like I said, build programs that specifically go to the situation? But I agree. I mean, we have to be able to manage it and make people feel like, just to shift gears and go to what's happening at, in the unemployment insurance program. Like I'm incredibly amazed and proud of the team and what they've lifted. But at the same time, there's a lot of frustration out there because the system it wasn't built to handle 40,000 claims in a week, So sometimes when I think about spending money, I'm like, oh, somebody else needs it more. But I hear you. I want to make sure people, the expectation is laid out there for them, and that we're communicating, and that we are utilizing the technology that would make us communicate better. So I will keep that in mind, and I really do appreciate you saying that to me.
Okay, good. So we should probably move on to Darcy and Linda. Does anybody have any further questions for the secretary at this point? If you can hang in there in the background, that would be great. But if you have other things to do, I understand.
No, I'll hang in.
Just quickly, Lindsay, I assume that that Heather's available for sort of in and resort related questions, because we're getting a bunch of them, particularly on this limiting on bookings.
Yes. So just to give you all some comfort on this, we are hearing what they are saying. And so I've asked, the Vermont Chamber has offered, actually, they're going to put their heads together and make a proposal for what would be a realistic date for them to open up their schedules, right? So as you probably know, like when we take down the whole online, people can't book out into the future. So if we were to let the online come back on, but we really want people to block certain dates. So they're, in the next few days, they'll come back with something. And so I just want you all to know, like, we hear and heard that concern. And this is one more of those areas where we can still get to our goal, but give inn owners and restaurants, hotels and whatnot, the comfort of knowing that when this is lifted, they can be back, to business. So, but yeah, so Heather's available as well. And she's, obviously been very dialed into what's going on there.
Great.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So Linda and Darcy, maybe you can tag team here. We'll start with Darcy, and maybe you can give us an overview from the SBA's perspective of what's happening in the real world out there at this point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to. Everybody has been trying to get the word out, and so the word has gotten pretty confusing for a lot of people. So I know Linda and Lindsay and her team and I, we're all spending a lot of time trying to help people decide what they should do between the two SBA programs that are available. One of them, of course, is this Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. That's been available for a couple of weeks. It had some hiccups initially. Now it's got a better streamlined application. We were going to do webinars on it, but we kind of pulled back until the system got expanded. So we're going to start those next week, and those will be for the public. Those will be for the public. We'll just keep redoing them.
Maybe you can just give us a brief outline of that program.
Oh, absolutely. So this is a program that you apply directly to SBA. It's up to $2 million for businesses and nonprofits. It's very limited for any ag. You could do some value-added ag only on that program, and I think it's because they feel that FSA handles that side of the house. So it's, again, nonprofits, small businesses, including sole proprietors, self-employed, independent contractors, and our, regular businesses. And the interest rate is 3.75 fixed for up to 30 years for businesses, 2.75% up for 30 years, again, for nonprofits. And this is to help replace operating expenses for about 6 months. So what they will look at is what were your, what was your gross margin last year, and they're basically giving you half of it to try to help replace what you lost due to the lost revenues from the disaster. So that's a very standard program, and that was up and running prior to CARES Act passing. So once the CARES Act passed, up pops this thing that's called an advance and sometimes called a grant. So there's an ability now when you apply to request an advance. And everything we've seen, and we are still waiting for more information, is that this up to $10,000 amount would be converted to a grant. So that sounds very good, but we don't know the mechanics of it yet, and that's what everyone wants to know. So we're just encouraging people to go ahead and apply, request it. They will be calling from the Office of Disaster Assistance when they pull up your loan, and then you'll have that opportunity to find out how it all works and what you want. Do you want it or you don't want it? We have expanded our call center. We contracted it out. That was an issue. So now we have 24/7 coverage, and that's hopefully going to get up to about 7,000 people manning that system, which will be very helpful. We've gotten, as of Monday, over 300,000 applications.
Are you taking?
Yeah, nationally.
Are you taking applications? Are you taking applications right now?
Yes, it's called EIDL. Yep. And so you go right to SBA's website. So it's like sba.gov/disaster. And there is. Yep. And it's actually working now. Last week, not so much. So it just got basically overloaded with the interest. I mean, you've got 10 million people unemployed. I mean, there's almost that many business owners that are trying to find the capital and help that they need. So that program is up and running, but we do encourage people to look at the newer program that came out as part of the CARES Act that Lindsay mentioned. It's called the Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, and this is helping to replace your payroll that you basically couldn't cover. And so you either let your people go or you're retaining them. Either way, it's been painful financially. So this is to help replenish about 8 weeks of your payroll expenses, which includes more than just the actual salary and wages. It includes, medical leave, sick leave, vacation time, your rent, your utilities. So it's kind of a bigger number there. And the loan can give you basically 250% of your payroll for 8 weeks. So it's a little padding in there to, I guess, some people were asking, could they, give people a bonus to come back, because for some, positions, the unemployment is actually paying a little bit more for a bit. So we're trying to get clarification on that, but we hope that is something employers could do. And this program is open to farmers and ranchers, we've heard, and it's also open for nonprofits and small businesses, and it has a much bigger size standard available. So it's based mostly on 500 employees, and for lodging and restaurant, it's 500 employees per location. So if you have a lodging or a restaurant corporation that has some locations in Vermont, but they have them elsewhere, they hopefully could be helped by this program. They wouldn't be considered too big for it. So that was a special carve out for them. Some of the concerns that we have right now is that we don't have a lot of clarification on how the banks will actually roll out the PPP loan. It will be banks and credit unions. Vita will be able to do it. And they really just need some information from SBA. Our understanding is that it's in clearance, that it's been written. And this would basically tell them eligibility rules very clearly, how they determine the loan amount and how they process that loan with us. And the banks do have unilateral authority to make the credit decision, but the onus is on them to follow the rules and make those determinations. So we've noticed in our system, they're already approved to do PPP loans. So it looks like the switch is ready to go live as soon as they get the details. So hopefully that's going to come even today and hopefully by tomorrow, because the banks and credit unions are all getting just as many calls as Lindsay's team is and we are. with people interested in that program. So I don't know
So
if you need any more of the nitty gritty, but
I just had one question of what you said, which I was a little confused on. Is it possible for an employer to qualify for PPP to cover their payroll and at the same time tell their employees you can go qualify for unemployment benefits? So the the, the money, it's sort of like a two sources of funding to pay payroll, one unemployment and one actual covering the payroll costs.
right. And then there's like a tax credit too, right? Payroll tax credit. That I would have to admit I am not up to speed on, so I should probably look up, that answer for you, because we're just dealing with the employer trying to get the money to bring their people back by June 30th. That's what the PPP loan program is for. Typically, with disaster type loans, we do look at other benefits and we try not to have any duplication, but I don't really know. We haven't seen anything about that with what we've seen on the PPP program. I don't know if Lindsay's probably much more able to talk to that question if she's still on. It's,
I'm still on. Tell me what the question is again.
Question is,
yeah.
can a business qualify for PPP at the same time during that period, that payroll period, they lay off their workers, the workers collect unemployment, and then by June 30th, they rehire the workers. So you basically have almost a doubling of payroll.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine actually that may be a question for, Darcy or somebody else. But what I would say is generally you can't collect unemployment and, get paid somewhere else. So if they take the PPP and they're not paying their employees because their employees are collecting unemployment, they may be able to get the loan, but I can't imagine that it would be forgiven. I don't know how somebody checks that, but I think that's a really great question. Maybe Darcy has an answer to that.
Well, I think there's a set period of time that's called the covered period. So if you bring people back and pay them for that covered period of time, it's 8 weeks. So then you would be in compliance with the SBA loan. So part of that time, it's kind of hard to say when those people aren't there. If that's part of the 8 weeks, then you've got an issue, like Lindsay said, because you can't say I paid my people for all of those 8 weeks, and that's the requirement in order to have that amount forgiven in the loan program.
The other thing I will say is with unemployment, you have to report what your earnings are for a week. So even if you get partial earnings, you have to report that. So if a company is paying their employees through PPE and their employee is also trying to, collect unemployment, hopefully if the system's operating well, it's going to catch that and it's going to prevent them from getting the unemployment benefit that week, or it's going to reduce it by what they did get. So.
Right, and the employer wouldn't get the full forgiveness of that payroll amount if they didn't bring everybody back full time.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
May I just ask, because Darcy, that's what's confusing about what you first said, is that you could have choices of either letting your employees go or retaining them. Well, it doesn't sound like you can let them go and also ask to keep paying them. I mean, it doesn't sound like actually you can do both those things at the same time.
No, it's just some people have already let their people go and some people have retained theirs. So both of those scenarios, you'd be eligible to apply for the loan.
So for the period the employees have been let go, they're able to collect unemployment with the additional benefit. Then they get brought back on, and then they fall under the PPP.
Well, yeah, I mean, our whatever I've seen is silent on that whole other side that you guys are much more knowledgeable about. So you bring up a really good point. Ours doesn't speak to that at all. It just says, they calculate the 8 weeks of payroll expenses largely based on what you did last year. And if you bring all those people back and pay that same amount of wages for 8 weeks, then you will get that amount of the loan forgiven. So what the devil's in the details in terms of what period, which 8 weeks, what are we talking about? So I think it begins when they've gotten the loan, that then they
Right.
have to count those 8 weeks going forward. And once they've done that and proved with their IRS payroll taxes or whatever documentation that they've done it, then they ask the bank to forgive it, and then the bank can ask us to purchase the loan.
So, Darcy and Linda, going back to the conversation we had with the commissioner, the secretary, excuse me, I know you have your own role and your own outreach and you're taking calls, but are we at a point where your federal agency is in sync with ACCD so that if they've got the best tool at this point to refer people to is on your website or on your phone call is the first avenue to say, go to this ACCD page. It's great. It works. And you'll eventually, if we're involved, it'll come back to us because I mean, I can see you duplicating that effort with different font, different typeset, different wording, and maybe even different interpretations. And I think we've gotten to the point where everybody has trying to be very earnest to try and help constituents and people. And, I think have found out that maybe we should have tried to tell people, as the governor did yesterday, we got to be patient here. Information's coming from the feds, guidelines are coming, and we need to get our act together in one place or in one message. So I'm wondering whether we've got a lot of different silos out there where people are giving out information.
So,
you make a great point.
Yeah, and I'll take a stab at this. Sorry. I think, so personally, I think that our teams, are working really well together. I look at our job, as you mentioned, to be a place where an individual or an employer can go. They don't have to sort of like be thinking other than like, I've been hit, I need resources here. So they can go to our page, and we're trying to drive them as appropriate to the other landing areas. So to the SBA or to VITA or, wherever it may be. And so like I said, I know that, Linda and Darcy and we've connected, but I know they're also working a lot with Joan and the team over in DED. And so it is our goal, our personal goal, to push people to our webpage. And, if somebody thinks that is not the appropriate path, or we're stepping on toes or something, I would, I certainly want somebody to speak up. But I mean, we're about to, we'll be issuing additional press releases and announcing the page in addition to what happened, yesterday, because in my mind, like, we announced it yesterday, but it was a long, it was almost a 2-hour press conference. And I'm sure some people checked right out after 10 minutes. So we're going to be getting the word out more. But would you agree, Darcy and Linda, do you feel like we're on the right track, that we're pushing people through to you as appropriate?
Yes, and we're referring everybody to your website.
Okay.
From day one, when we knew about it, we were sending them to the, sign up for the newsletter. This is where you need to go, because we don't cover like the unemployment, things and all the other good stuff you've got on there.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Sure. So good morning, everybody. Oh, Allison, did you want to say something first?
No, is that Linda?
This is Linda. I
Yeah.
just wanted to read from my screen, so I'm off video for the moment. I'll be back, but
well. I just wanted to tag on to Michael's question, which is and Darcy referred to it briefly, which is the time frame for the flow of money and for the standing up of these programs. We're all saying have patience, but I thought I heard Darcy say that she felt that the PPP program would have enough federal guidance to be able to stand up by next week, and you'd be rolling out webinars for people that would coincide with that, it going live.
Yes, we can definitely cover EIDL, and we can cover the PPP, all the, everything we've got now, and hopefully we will have more information so that we would have some of the clarifying information that people are looking for on that program.
Well, but my sense from you is that for the time frame that the DL is up and going. That is
Yes.
live. What is
Yep.
not live yet is the PPP, and there's still some federal guidance being worked out, but that next week it sounds like it might be live, and you would make it live, sort of announce its liveness, its living breathingness, by having these webinars.
Right. And basically the way it's kind of behind the scenes a little bit because the banks just internally know how to work with SBA and how to submit something through our system already for just normal good time lending. So they're already geared up to go. They know what to do from that standpoint. There might be a couple tweaks in, how they code it or something like that in our system, especially for PPP. But, in our system, they've all been approved already to submit PPP loans. And our E-Trans system that they submit to has already got a new code for that. So I think a lot of the groundwork has been laid, and what needs to be communicated to the lender particularly is how do they determine who is eligible for this loan. There's, certain criteria. It's not a huge long list, but, they have to make sure they were in business before the disaster. They have to make sure, that they can determine the payroll expense amount to determine the loan, things like that. And, but they make that credit decision. So literally, if they get the guidance on Friday, they can make a loan Friday. They get it on Monday, they could make a loan Monday.
So are you suggesting that people who are interested in the PPP program is it a dual application that you apply both to your lender and to SBA? Or is there one application and then it gets sent to the lender?
Right. There's an application right now for the PPP program that's on our website. So a borrower or a lender can take a look at it. And they can get started to put some information together and fill it out so that they can maybe hurry things up a little bit. They can talk with their lender. Many of them have already approached their lender, and the lender's like, I want to help you, but I'm waiting for some information from SBA. So there's been a lot of conversation going on already. And the other important thing is you can apply for both loans. You can apply for an EIDL and you can apply for the PPP loan. That's where a lot of confusion is because people don't know which one is better for them. And things have changed a little bit on the PPP loan. It started out with a 10-year maturity. Now it's only 2 years. So that's a big difference. If, some of your loans not forgiven, a 2-year maturity date, if you have a large payroll, that's going to be challenging. If for some reason you couldn't bring everybody back, it may not be your fault. Maybe you couldn't, just cash flow. Otherwise, other issues going on, you couldn't do it. Then you're stuck with a loan, not a forgiven loan. And people need to be aware of that's, you can't predict everything in this pandemic. Like that's a risk in that kind of loan situation. With EIDL, you don't get as much potentially forgiven, but I think it seems like it's a bit more it's more clear what it is you're getting. What can you use the money for? There isn't that, I've got to produce all this documentation kind of situation.
And the PPP, can the PPP application be dated retroactively to the time of payroll you want to cover that you, or is it just prospective from the date of application?
Oh, sorry, I'm teleworking with my husband, so it's a little bit of noise. Can you repeat the question? It goes back from, your question was when does the cover period start?
Yes, how can you go backwards retroactively and cover some payroll with a PPP loan? Or is it just from the date you get your application in?
Well, yeah, it's that's where we want a little more clarity because it talks about this time period from like February, I think it's 15th to June 30th is this covered period. And that's kind of like, it's a little hard for me to understand. Linda kind of has more of an idea on it, but it's 8 weeks of payroll that you're trying to calculate based on past payroll. And that's what you're trying to replenish. And you have to bring your people back by June 30th, according to current rules that we've seen. And you have to pay them for 8 weeks in order to get that money forgiven. So I don't know if the retroactive part applies other than it could calculate what your average monthly payroll expenses, because you can use kind of the first quarter of this year if you don't use last year to determine that. So that's what's confusing for everybody.
Would that complicate, whoops, am I on? Would that complicate issues as people have been sent home and then started collecting UI, and then the employer decides to go with the PPP loan? I mean, does that make that kind of double dipping an issue?
That part I don't really know, other than ours would start like when they get the money is when they would count those 8 weeks of payroll that they're paying. It starts when they get the loan and goes forward in time. So I don't know, because there's going to be probably, like you said, some overlap with maybe not everybody coming back full time. So it's going to get complicated to figure some of that out, and whether or not IRS or the state or the feds, whatever, look at this as somewhat of a double dipping situation.
So Darcy, can you clarify for our committee what, as we go forward and we get this clarification and things start running smoothly, we hope, what is the role of the SBA dealing with Vermonters and the SBDC dealing with Vermonters and the banks in dealing with Vermonters? Are they like portals that you can enter from any one of those three, or are you just a referral agency to say what banks are enrolled in the program or are processing claims, and what kind of volume are the two of your organizations sort of seeing now?
No, this is just such a great question. So it's kind of everybody comes at every door, and we refer people appropriately. Like we have 2 customers. One is our lending participants, and we train them and keep them up to date on what they need to do to make SBA loans. So we're going to train them on these new programs, and there'll be some new lenders that join us, and there's quite a lot of different things they need to do to use the program. But we also do outreach to the public a lot, and then we work closely with SBDC and our Women's Business Center and the SCORE, because those are SBA programs, and we refer people constantly to them to help prepare them for their loan program, the loan package they're trying to get together for that holistic look. Is a loan appropriate for me? What else is going on in my business? And Linda will talk to this. So we're tightly, hooked together, and then of course ACCD as well. So I think you can feel very confident. We're talking with each other constantly, especially this week. We've all been on the same phone call, I think, for a week straight. And we're going to refer people where they need to go. Like, I don't think people will feel that they didn't get the right referral. So
do you,
and it is important.
I'd be happy to.
You have a physical office. You have a physical office in Vermont where people can walk in.
Yes, we do. SBA does in Montpelier. Of course, now we can't. But
okay. But in the normal course of things, could somebody? It sounds like a naive question, but can somebody walk into your office or an SBDC office, in addition to getting advice as to what programs are out and the appropriateness for that particular business, could they walk out of there having filed an application for a loan?
Not with us at SBA. I don't know if Linda does. I'll have her answer that.
Yeah, she's been trying to get in.
That's okay. I'm taking good notes. Thank you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'll try to start with a couple things that I've heard are kind of main thrust of the conversation, and maybe that'll help give you a kind of a picture for the time being. On the communication and messaging front, I will say that we're working very closely with SBA as well as the agency. And in fact, what we do is, in order to streamline the communication, the agency's web flows through, like the secretary said, to us. And so what we do is we every week if not more often, we update our special, it's vtsbdc.org/coronavirus. And we update that page with new information as it comes about, which is in the realm of here are things that a business owner can do now. And it's, taking control of the things that they have control over in a very uncertain time, preparing financials, negotiating the debts they already have, reviewing their insurance policy about whether there's pandemic clauses, looking ahead at both the loan now that is available for people to apply for and getting ready for the one that's coming. So I would say, to kind of put it in a nutshell, if it helps you sort of have a sense of the who does what, I look at SBA and all the other agencies as describing the what of the program. So a lot of the communication that happened since Friday was congressional memos and really good information how we viewed of the intent of the CARES Act to be implemented. And then it needed a few days for the individual responsible agencies to then stand up their own programs and make them available to the public. So the agencies are the what of their own program, which we're staying in tune with so we know the rules and the details to give clear guidance. SBDC is all about should you, how to, and when. And a lot of that is the interrelationship between these loan programs. Many small businesses who were right on the verge of being viable or not before COVID-19 came to town are not really excited about taking on debt unless it's, a grant only and things like that. So our role as we go through this is to listen to the individual case-by-case situation. And the last 2 weeks, we've gotten great insight into how those fall into several buckets of questions. And so just to kind of recap on the messaging, I think what's working very well is every time we update our page, the agency's nightly email to their massive list and their website page funnels people to our page that we're updating all the time anyway. So people who are getting through that funnel of how they're receiving information, it is coordinated. Every week. So last week we put together, and this was a collaboration with the 12 RDCs in Vermont and with Joan and Ted and the team at the agency and DED, is we put together, and it's authored by SBDC. And this is just as we sift through information, here's our best guidance, things that are coming, things that are available, things that you can do now. And so we put it together. It's called Disaster Business. It was 101. This week it's 201, and we're starting on 301. And, I'd be happy to make sure that your committee is notified when those updated documents are published. But I think that to your point about working with larger groups like trade associations and chambers so that we're all as consistent as possible with giving guidance on what people can do now and while they have to be a little patient on things that aren't ready to apply for yet, there's still things that we know they can do. We have a checklist of financials and things that we can work on with them. And so we know that the 3 buckets are essential businesses and workers, workforce, labor, unemployment is kind of that second, and then the access to new money. So every day we're making sure that we know more and more clarity about the available capital, loans, financing choices so that publish anything and recommend it until we feel it's sound. And I'll stop there in case you have questions, but I actually, on the PPP, I'll just say that I'm leaning towards our guidance being, please consider the PPP on the merits as if it was a loan, because you don't know now for everyone what June 30th is going to look like. It will be awesome if it's all forgiven or even partially forgiven, but we don't want people to make the application with that as a guarantee. So, we're going to be looking at the realistic, should you, how to do it. And I guess just one more piece is, again, we're learning more, and the volume, just to give you a sense, in a given year, SBDC about 600, 625 individual Vermont small businesses through one-on-one advising. We've got another 650 that we're in touch with in the last 2 weeks. So what does that mean? That means that we're figuring out how to batch information, deliver it in short chunks of triage style, 15 to 30-minute phone calls, because that's a more effective way, along with these joint communications with key partners and industry groups, so that we can deliver information and help as many Vermonters as possible.
Is all your funding through, I know you get your funding that gets passed through Vermont Technical College, but, or I think I do. Is that all federal dollars, or is there some state dollars?
It's a great question. So yeah, just for clarity for folks, we are a program, a department, if you will, of the Vermont State College system. So we're education. Our funding comes in part federal through SBA and in part state through the Agency of Commerce as matching dollars. We know that SBDCs nationwide are poised to get significant dollars as part of the CARES Act. There is a process to apply for it. We know it's available. We just need to go through a process to make sure that, there's performance measures and good documentation. So we expect that will be in place in the next couple of months. And that will allow us to add capacity and build more infrastructure for, I think, the longer term response, recovery, and resilience phases. Right now, this month, next month, we're working and coming up with our own continued improvement systems, like everyone is, as we know what that volume looks like and what those key questions and how we can add the most value so we can give clear guidance to Vermonters.
Okay. So one question, straightforward one that I was still not clear on is, can somebody come to your office and apply for PPP?
So we provide the guidance and advice about what it is, how to apply, what documents to get ready in order to apply. Our entire team is not working in an office where they would normally. They're virtually giving advice, Zoom, email, phone calls, but they're all available, and they transition to virtual advising on March 16th. So no place to walk in, but very accessible.
But there's just Ross Hart for my neck of the woods, and just Deb are they getting some additional help?
So right now, our current team, which is the same team pre-COVID-19, is 6 full-time advisors and 2 part-time for the state of Vermont.
Right.
So I have a part-time consultant I brought on yesterday, and here's what she's doing. She's going to be our version of the incoming, the first step in the triage, so that she can take the people who have general questions and want general guidance, so that all of the incoming doesn't go to the Ross Harts and the Deb Boudrios to answer FAQs, if you will. So that is going to be a step in the right direction. I'm looking to work with the rest of our partners and say, how can we best deploy resources so that we can make our advising team as effective, so they can stay in the realm of one-on-one and not as much in the messaging. And I'm happy to go on webinars and, other things that allow me to speak for the whole team and keep them in the realm of serving more Vermonters. But you're absolutely right. It's a small group. But I will say the good news is everyone has been responded to within about 48 hours. Adding this consultant on who came on board yesterday, we will make sure that people get responded to as quickly as possible. And actually, for the most part, small business owners have been very grateful to have someone that they can share their story with who listens and provides some short next steps for now. And as long as we hear them and we talk to them, they're able to be more patient for a few more days before they see real programs available for them to access. So it's a good question. I'm looking at what's the best way to add capacity as we move from the short term to the longer term. And I'm happy to stay in touch with you about those things.
So I think I know the answer to this question, but let me pose it as a frequently asked question. Can I online at this point, in addition to getting your help, actually file an application with you for a loan, with you or the SBA, or do I have to do that through a lending institution?
So two things. We help you navigate the system, but we don't have, we're not a lending institution, we're an advising body. So we provide the advice and the guidance and the checklist of documents, but the individual business owner will fill out the application. And right now today, EIDL and its partner EEIG as the application for up to 10,000 as the grant advance, those are available right now. And so business owners can apply online if they have questions and they want to ask our advice about should they and how to and all of those things. They can contact the area advisor of SBDC for those questions. But the business owner themselves will apply for the loan. And then once the PPP gets stood up at the individual Vermont banks, that is something, again, we'll provide guidance about, advice on how to evaluate your financial condition overall, take everything in totality. What we don't want to do is give people advice to apply for one thing that then down the road somehow negates their ability to do something and they wish they knew about it. So we're trying to look at advising in a more holistic approach, but the banks are going to be the vehicle for the PPP, and the business owner is going to be the person who applies for the loan directly through the online sources and portals.
So the online sources and portals where you can apply is an online source of the People's Bank or Citizens United. That's where you're saying they go online to apply.
And Darcy's team at SBA is going to, once that SBA policy notice comes out, the banks will know how to make their program available to the public. And that's what she said is going to be through webinars to the public next week. So again, we don't apply for the loans on behalf of people. People apply for them as the small business owner themselves, but we provide advice, guidance, tips, checklist of documents required, and all of that. Does that help?
Yes. Does anybody have any questions at this point? We got a message that our next group of witnesses was in the governor's office and they were going to be delayed. I don't know if they've joined us or not. Denise or Faith, do you know if any of those witnesses are on at this point?
This is Faith. I don't see any of those witnesses having joined the call yet.
Okay, so we can continue on a little bit.
I apologize. I have to go for another meeting.
Oh, really?
We're shocked.
Sorry, I hate to say it.
I'm not going to go very far from your chair.
And by the way, I want to say thank you because by being on this call with Linda and Darcy as well, like there's a couple things that clicked for me that I need to bolster. So this is a huge help to me.
Great. That's good to hear. So
I'm learning every minute.
We all
thank you,
are.
everyone.
We all are. We're all in the same classroom.
I know. Nice to see your faces.
Thank you.
It's great to see yours, Lindsay. Thanks so much.
Bye, everyone.
Linda and Darcy, I have a concern, and it can't just be Woodstock, but the TD Bank office here has closed. So you're saying that so many of these programs depend on partnering and working with their banks, with their lenders. I'm very concerned that some of the banks are closing up their local shops and not as available and not as accessible as they might be in the past.
And this is Darcy. Well, they are all working, Senator, and the lobby is closed. So you're right; it has the appearance of nobody being there, but
Oh, nobody's there. I mean, and because it's anyway, I guess they just have to call the whatever is open and establish a new relationship with a new lender individually, because that's a problem right now for some banks, I would think.
Yeah, I've been talking with them about that. I said, well, you normally deal in person with commercial loans. How are you going to handle the PPP loan? Can you do it digitally? Can people sign digitally? Can, you exchange documents and all of that? And they can do that on the consumer side. They just haven't typically done it on the commercial side. And most of them were still like, oh, yeah, you're right, huh? So I think that they've been thinking about it at least this week, how they're going to, get their act together from that standpoint in terms of being more paperless. But they still do Zoom and things like that. And they've assured me they're all working. So I don't know about that one branch, if they closed it down. Is that what you said, Senator?
They've temporarily closed it completely. And so
okay.
It's a challenge. I've heard from a number of businesses that it's a challenge. They don't know individually who to email or who to be in touch with. And the phone that they've been sent, all of us have been referred to the Rutland branch. Anyway, it's not an issue for you so much, although it is as it relates to the lender interface.
Yeah, I'll let the bank president know that, because that's a really good point. Now that people are really looking to apply.
But it's an ongoing frustration, particularly with these programs that are lender dependent.
So
I hear you.
Yeah, I would imagine, Darcy, that the lenders will, when they have their application and they communicate out to the public about how to apply, they'll include the information about virtual access and the process in light of physical branch lobbies and such being closed.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have to. I mean, right now, we're trying to refinance our house, and they're like, go up to the drive-through and you put the documents in the thing, and then they said, or someone can meet you at the door and you can hand them to them. So they're trying to still make it work. So I have confidence that that'll get sorted out, but it's a great question because they were caught kind of like, oh, yeah, oh, you're right.
Yeah.
May I ask a question at this point?
Yes.
Sure.
I'm wondering what kind of feedback you're getting as far as the SBDC, as well as the SBA, as well as lenders, in terms of their accessibility, and whether or not you're hearing comments or complaints or questions from people who simply aren't able to get through or are not able to get their questions answered, or are you hearing that everything is going entirely smoothly?
Well, this is Darcy. I would say that the volume is exceptionally high in all respects on the SBA side, like unprecedented. So we're trying to get back to people within the same day, but it's often within the 48 hours, I would say, with the questions that we're getting.
And are people anticipating that there will be that kind of delay? In other words, are phone messages and so on that are on the lines indicating that there will be a 24-hour, approximately, we'll get back to you in a day or two? What kind of communication is being given to set expectations?
For SBA, just locally, we have put on our emails something to that effect. And then we refer people to our customer service number for the disaster loan program. And that's open 24/7.
Yeah, and this is Linda. I would just say that our main number in Randolph that is monitored, we've adjusted the voice message to give people a sense of the expectations, and our website has a special COVID-19, and just, we're not putting a certain number of business hours that we'll be getting back to people, but we do say that we're working hard to get back to them just as soon as possible, but we give them the direction on that site that says, here's what you can do now. Here's how SBDC advisors can help you. And it gives them some actionable steps that they can take while they're looking forward to having a one-on-one engagement with an advisor. But like we said, I think because this is so massive, there's not a small business in Vermont that's untouched. There are certain industries more than others. People are appreciative of being called back and having the conversation, even if we don't have all the answers yet. So I think with this extra consulting on board, we'll be able to have those conversations sooner, even if then people's expectations about some one-on-one work take another day or two. We're, like I said, in 2 weeks, we've had about the same volume we would have in a year. So it's a challenge. We're doing the best, and we're learning from the experiences how to be better at delivering common information that most people want answers to, so that we avoid the bottleneck to the best degree possible.
Thank you.
Okay. I think if there's no other questions, is Damien, I see Damien. We're still waiting for our other witnesses, but you were going to do cleanup today, so maybe we can change the order and you can give us some of your insights in terms of the CARES Act and its intent, in terms of some of the thornier issues that I'm sure you've heard repeatedly both today and earlier in the week.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Damien.
So I guess before I get started, one question that was posed to me at the end of the last meeting was whether we could reduce the reimbursement requirement for nonprofit organizations. The answer is we can't. That's part of our federal conformity requirements, is that they reimburse the full cost of the unemployment compensation paid out to individuals who have been laid off. And I think that's why the CARES Act structured the 50% reduction in that as a reimbursement to the nonprofits. So in other words, they pay the full amount due for unemployment compensation benefits paid out to their employees who have been laid off. And then after that, they'll get a 50% reimbursement in federal dollars. So if we wanted to address that issue going forward for those employers, we'd basically have to come up with a separate pool of state dollars to then provide some sort of subsidy to them. Only one state allows them to be non-chargeable for certain benefits, but it's on the basis of their paying in and revising the law going forward. But at this point, the best relief we could provide to them, if
or that we may want to make those choices about, and it'll be a good question as to what's flexible money coming into us and what isn't, because these nonprofits are all small businesses, and to me the interplay of their UI getting only reimbursed 50%, which is a challenge, and what they're eligible for, and I mean, could they be totally made whole through the PPP program? Would it, so they
the
qualify.
PPP program does not cover unemployment insurance.
Right,
payments.
I understand that, but it does cover their
potentially. Right, they could potentially use the PPP program to basically as a forgivable loan to get them across the gap. The catch is there's a little bit of uncertainty depending on how long things are shut down for. So if you're going to pay people to keep them on, and you're using it basically, I mean, you can get forgiveness for rent or mortgage interest, payroll costs, and utilities costs. And so they could use it for all of those things. But the thing is it's 8 weeks from the origination of the loan. After that, those costs aren't forgivable. So they could estimate what those costs will be for the next 2 months. But then they may still be in this place 2 months from now if the economy hasn't gotten restarted. I think we're all hoping that the shutdown won't take us, let's see, that would be into the beginning of June. I think we're all hopeful that things will be winding up by then or already wound up. But that is kind of one of the questions. So the PPP program is there. There is potentially a little bit of a delay, just in terms of the time it takes to process the application and to get the money. So that's another concern for those entities. There is the, I have to look to double check the language of the bill, but there's also the, oh gosh, the EIDL grants, which is basically the advance of $10,000 on your EIDL loan. And that advance of $10,000 is a grant, even if your EIDL loan is changed over to a PPP loan. I think the catch on the EIDL is it's a little bit higher interest rate, and I don't know the extent to which nonprofits qualify for it.
They qualify and they pay a lower rate. They pay a 2.7 something rate versus the 3.7 rate.
Okay.
Damien,
So
it
there
seems,
you go.
Damien, it seems like, for the most part, it's a very viable, with the understanding that at least buys time for 8 weeks and can relieve the nonprofits of the 100% reimbursement of unemployment costs, because they could just take the money as a loan, ultimately convert it to a grant, and pay people's payroll, not lay them off, and have them work from home or have them do nothing, but still make their payroll. The question, I guess, I have, you said something about a delay, and we all anticipate delay and the need for patience. What's the federal law in terms of the timing of interest and penalty on, if they did have some layoffs for a few weeks and didn't submit their reimbursable bills? How long does it take for the state to get a bill out to these people? When do they have to pay it back? And can the state forgive any interest and penalties on paying that reimbursement?
So the bills for reimbursable employers are sent on a quarterly basis. So you'll get a quarterly bill for all of the unemployments paid out in that quarter. Part of the CARES Act, there was direction to the USDOL to provide guidance to state departments on basically providing additional flexibility around payments and reimbursement to the fund. I would have to look at the discretion that we grant the commissioner for late payments, but I would imagine that there is some flexibility there already, and if necessary, we could grant some temporary additional flexibility or waive penalties and that sort of thing temporarily. But I'd have to look into that. I can make a note to just kind of address the issue of what interest and penalty provisions there are and any changes we might need to make if there's not enough flexibility in those statute.
And it would seem at the very least, another option would be that we could set up a temporary interest-free loan with state funds to pay the 50%, 50% of the reimbursement that they have to make to the UI trust fund, because unless somebody makes that payment, you're leaving federal dollars on the table that could come back. So front that money and have some sort of lien on the money that when the Fed money comes in, it comes back to the state. It would it would be a case if we didn't do something like that, we'd be leaving a lot of federal dollars on the table. It may not solve the problem for the nonprofits that need 100% reimbursement, but at least we would have access to the 50% and not lose that because of cash flow problem by the nonprofits.
Yeah, and I think if you set something like that up, as long as the funds come from sort of state general fund dollars and not from the UI trust fund, then you're free to set up any sort of program that you want along those lines. And I could work with David to set that up.
Okay.
Great.
Anything else that jumps out at you at this point? I guess one question to keep the conversation going, but we need to answer it. And I don't know if any of our other witnesses have joined us yet, because they certainly could answer this question as well, is under the PPP program that we're talking about, can you somehow have your workers in a situation where they could apply for unemployment, but you as an employer can get partial or full PPP payments for payroll? I think not, but I wanted to hear your answer to that.
Yeah, so the PPP program, the loan forgiveness is subject to a couple of potential deductions. Let me just see if, there we go. So the actual amount forgiven, basically you start off by taking the forgivable amounts. So what were your forgivable expenditures? And then you take the proportion of your FTEs during a period before you got the loan, and then the 8 weeks during when you had the loan. And so whatever that fraction is, so employees during the period, the 8 weeks on the loan versus employees from the period before the loan that they use as a baseline. So say you lay off 25% of your employees, your initial amount forgiven is just 75%. And then in addition to that, if you reduce the salary of any of your employees by more than 25%, those reductions also come off the top of that forgivable amount. And in order to qualify for unemployment, you either have to lay off the employees or reduce their hours to a point where they can receive benefits after the income disregard. So the problem here is that you're in danger of reducing your forgivable amounts. The more you lay off employees, the more you reduce the amount you can be forgiven. So you could still get some forgiveness, but you may not be eligible for all of it. And if once you get past a certain point, and I haven't done the math on this, you may lose all of the forgiveness depending on what your expenses are. And I think that's going to be highly case specific, because your expenses can all, in addition to payroll, include mortgage interest and utilities and rent. So if you owe a lot of mortgage interest, or you have a high rate of rent, or high utilities costs, that can offset some of the loss in forgiveness from layoffs. But definitely the layoffs drive down that forgiveness rate very quickly, even if they're only furloughing people for a couple days a week to reduce your payroll expenses. So the goal of the loan is definitely to get you to keep as many people on payroll as possible.
no requirement, as long as you pay the employee their check, there's no requirement if it, for whatever reason, if there's a COVID reason or there's a lack of work reason, there's no reason to have to do any work for the business.
Yeah, exactly. So the they're looking at your payroll going out. They're not looking at whether the employees are doing any work to earn that pay. You know, so as far as they're concerned, you may be giving your employees COVID-19 leave at full pay and benefits. And that's fine because you're stabilizing the workforce there, which is the goal here, is to basically provide some stability for people's incomes and for the labor force. And by keeping more people on payroll, it's less burden on the UI system, and it's less people who are unemployed when we start to come out of this. Yeah, the Small Business Administration, for purposes of loan forgiveness, isn't going to look at all at what the employees actually did as long as they were kept on payroll.
Okay, let's talk a little bit while we're still waiting to get our council's thought on the issue that's floating out there about disincentives in terms of unemployment. I know there are reasons that deal with health insurance and people's willingness, wanting to work, people wanting to know they have a security of a job. But other than the comparability of what the UI check is versus what the payroll check is, what are some of the other factors, pro and con, that would lead to continued employment?
So, sorry, there's somebody who's not muted and there's some funny background noise going on. Are other people being bothered by it a little bit? Okay.
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so I think we're all familiar with the potential for your unemployment check, now that there's the federal enhanced payment to basically overcome your income. So if I remember right, let me just do the math out quickly here.
While you're doing that, Damien, do you have any insight as to when that $600 additional benefit is going to start?
I don't.
I know it's retroactive. It's retroactive to March 27th. The simple question is, when does it start?
Yeah, I don't have information. That's something I was hoping the department could tell us.
Right. Well, we asked it. It was one of our questions.
So with the money, basically, if you're earning around $57,000 or less, you could potentially break even or come out ahead with your unemployment check. And the yeah, at $57,000, that's about $1,113 a week, which equals your unemployment check at that rate plus $600. So that's roughly accurate there. It's somewhere between 57 and 58,000. So from a monetary standpoint, if you didn't have any other benefits, so no retirement benefits, no health insurance, nothing like that, at that point, you're kind of doing, from a monetary standpoint, an apples to apples comparison. Right now, because of the virus outbreak, there is not a job search, a work search requirement. although you have to be able and available to work. So then you get to the question of, does the individual have the ability to quit for good cause in order to get that? And we've set it up so that, you can quit for good cause if you're sick with COVID-19, or you need to quarantine, or you have a family member who needs you to care for them, or the two that are probably the most important here. You have a child who is out, doesn't have school or daycare right now because of the COVID-19 closures. And there are quite a few Vermonters who are dealing with that. And then the other piece is the closure because of the unreasonable risk at your place of business. And one thing that we're running into, at least anecdotally here, that I've heard about from other members is folks in their districts who cannot get the personal protective equipment that OSHA says they're supposed to have for their employees because of the shortage on that equipment and the fact that it's being sent to the healthcare facilities first. So other areas where there's a lot of person-to-person contact, for example, long-term care facilities, are not able to get enough personal protective equipment for all of their employees. And their employees, a lot of them fall within this range where they're earning less than $57,000. So they'll either break even or potentially come out ahead with the insurance. So then the question for the employee really becomes balancing, on the one hand, their sort of time in that job and commitment to that job and any benefits they may receive through that job versus a slightly larger check, potentially through the end of July if they stay unemployed that long. And then having, whenever the economy starts to recover and the stay home, stay safe order is lifted, having to do a work search at that point, and take a job that they're qualified for, because if they don't meet the able, available, and actively searching for work requirement once the work search is lifted, then they'll lose their unemployment benefits. So certainly in instances where you have a low hourly wage with no benefits and a potentially high risk or high stress job right now, you could see an incentive that people would have to leave their job and take the unemployment on the argument that they're at an unreasonable risk, or potentially their child is home and needs care. On the other hand, I think you'll see with folks where either their employer has that personal protective equipment, so they don't have the potential to say there's an unreasonable risk, or they've got really solid benefits that they don't want to lose. For example, if you have good health insurance, you're not going to want to give that up right now. So there's definitely a balancing act there. We are not permitted, and I mentioned this at the very end of the call last time, and I think it's worth reiterating now that everyone's on. We are not permitted to reduce the amount of our weekly unemployment benefit or the length of unemployment benefits that people are entitled to without losing eligibility for the federally enhanced benefits.
I sent that around to the Senate so that people, because there was discussion about that, and I just to clarify, because in face of this, as you know, people were thinking, well, could we lower the UI benefit so that then it would equal their pay? And, there was all that kind of conversation. And so to derail that, I mean, we just needed to be clear to people that we were going to lose the CARES money if we did anything to that.
Right. And so I think at this point, the talk is about, are there ways to encourage people to stay on the job?
Right.
That's hard. So I know there are discussions going on. I don't think there's anything that I can share about that at this point. but I know that that's a topic of conversation, is just, you know, how do you provide an incentive for people to stay on the job if they don't have those incentives necessarily through their workplace, or their employer, you know, can't afford to pay them hazard pay or something like that at this point, knowing that a lot of employers are in a very tight spot financially right now, so they can't necessarily afford to have a 30% increase in their payroll costs.
Right.
So
Damien, this is Becca.
Yeah.
Do you know of any states that are looking at incentives for healthcare workers that are staying on the job, financial incentives at this point?
I don't off the top of my head. I have been tied up with childcare for much of the morning.
Understood.
I know Jen Carby sent out a resource from one of the large sort of legal research groups, the group that publishes our statutes.
Yeah.
And so I will take a look at that later. I know NCSL has also put out resources, so I will look through that and see if I can find anything. And I know that there's some work going on actively right now to try to figure out options, and whether some of the federal dollars that are coming to the state, you know, could potentially be used to provide, you know, some sort of incentive, especially for high-risk workers.
Yeah.
You know, in essential jobs such as healthcare, long-term care, grocery stores, things that we need to basically stay open, and that are really feeling a crunch right now.
Right.
So I have a question. I mean, in addition to the benefits that people get and the job protection they may have by continuing to work, I sort of have I think it's existential and practical at the same time. Where does the fact that for the concept of flattening the curve for all of Vermont, where does that fit in terms of whether we want people to make the choice based upon dollars and benefits, and maybe in some cases you want the choice of them not going into work for their own safety? And you know, I think it's probably less of an issue for first responders and hospital workers, but other businesses. Is there an element here where, and I think we've set up the law where if there is an unreasonable risk that they're going to get the disease or spread the disease, that we actually want them to take unemployment benefits?
Right. And I think the law is set up right now so that employers are not disadvantaged if, for example, they're not able to provide a safe workplace, as OSHA's kind of set out the guidelines on that. They're not disadvantaged by their employees taking unemployment right now because they won't be charged, or their experience rating won't be charged for at least 8 weeks of those benefits. So I think the question for the Senate and the General Assembly more broadly is going to be, if you do create an incentive, how do you tailor it so that it's aimed at folks who are in jobs that are really crucial to public health and public well-being versus, you know, more broadly. And I mean, I think we've all heard stories about employers where it's hard to see what their reason for staying open is, asking their employees to continue coming to work, versus other employers, you know, the healthcare industry, the long-term care, grocery stores. We're hearing about the crunch that they're all feeling right now, and the difficulties that their staff are facing in terms of a lack of protective equipment, extremely enhanced exposure to the virus, and very difficult, challenging working conditions right now, where they're dealing with a very high volume, limited staff numbers, and very high stress work situation. So I think a lot of these are going to be policy questions that you have to consider. And I'm not sure where you draw that line.
So I want
Um,
I want to piggyback or go back to Becca's question. I think in this kind of situation, we really need to know what everybody's doing across the country because everybody's facing the exact same problem. It's not just us. We may have a mid-range of our maximum unemployment benefit, but whether the maximum is $450 or 513, the feds put $600 on top of that. That puts this added financial pressure on decision making or complicates it anyhow. So, and I'm sure other states are facing situations with masks and other equipment that make it an unhealthy workplace, nursing homes and residential care homes and those kinds of things. So uh, I hope as soon as we see anything new from other states, we hear about it. I mean, we'll continue to go through it, but there's no sense in reinventing the wheel if people are already coming up with some creative ideas. And in my mind,
right.
I'm not a spendthrift, but we got to get past these 3 months or whatever. And if we need to put money towards the problem to fix it on the back end, we'll figure out how to repay that stuff.
Right. Right.
Right. And I will take a look at what other states are doing. I know some of the discussions are happening offline right now
Yes.
about kind of addressing some of this. So, but I will start researching that and follow up with the committee once I have a listing of other things, and I'll just plan to keep updating that list as additional sort of measures become public or are starting to get discussed. But I will reach out to NCSL and to also just start going through the resources we've got on that issue.
Right.
And then as soon as I've got a decent list, I will send it to the committee.
So I'm concerned. I think there's, needless to say, some sense of urgency on this because people will be, once they start knowing and understanding this, there may be movement like immediately. And so I think like the evictions, there's a sense of urgency about this for us to figure out fairly soon.
Right. And so just to be clear, I've been working with some of your Senate colleagues on this issue since yesterday. And with the folks at JFO, we have another meeting this afternoon. So this is a priority right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I realize you're doing that. So thank you.
Yeah. And I think this is something that a lot of people are aware of right now, particularly if you have a healthcare facility or a long-term care facility nearby. And I think everybody in the Senate has those in their district. So you're aware of the challenges they're facing.
Some of us even have parents in those facilities.
Yes.
So I don't know, Cheryl, do you have anything you might want to say? I understand that you're on the committee or the task force that's looking at this.
Well, just that, as Damien has said, JFO is working on this and is going to come up with some scenarios that we would look at. So I think that we need to wait until the numbers are in there and then we can discuss it further. The other thing I've been thinking about, I mean, we've been talking a lot about small businesses, but here in Rutland, GE has just, laid off 50% of their workforce. So what is there, maybe Damien can address this, for large businesses, in the CARES Act? I mean, what can we look forward to there as far as some kind of help so that not all of the benefit are going to be falling on UI in the state?
So we've talked about the various small business loans that are out there. There was also a significant portion of money in the CARES Act that was dedicated to sort of more industry specific spending. I don't know the details of that. It's not something I've looked at closely. This was towards the end of the bill. It's where I think most of us have read about the airline money, the loans for the airline industry. This also included funding for national defense and other industries that Congress deemed kind of crucial to the national well-being, to try to keep them up and running. But I don't know the details of that. And I know, with folks like the GE plant, I mean, the struggle they're facing is that they may have some money coming in, but it's not business as usual. And so they have to let a portion of their staff go. What we have provided in the UI is some cushioning against their UI experience rating, to the extent that they have to lay off staff related to the COVID-19, emergency order, stay home, stay safe, or something like that. And the governor's order has exceptions for sort of essential businesses, which I think include national security. But to the extent that they have business that's not covered by that order, and they're laying off people, they would have some protection there. Beyond that, though, there's not a lot that I can offer you as far as insight goes. I just haven't had a chance to dig that deeply.
And
it might be something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, my question is, what is there in the CARES Act that would kind of relieve some of the pressures from the state as far as UI goes, where people would be getting benefits, but not necessarily under the unemployment insurance from the state?
So I think the big things in the CARES Act, as far as Vermont is concerned, the biggest impact will be through the small business loans, to keep people on, because most of our businesses, virtually all of the businesses in the state qualify for the small business loans. Unfortunately, our largest employers like GE and other groups like that don't fall under the small business piece, but I'd have to look at the employment numbers, but it's more than 96% of our businesses qualify as a small business.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest thing to cushion the impact on the UI trust fund. The other piece is that for sole proprietors and self-employed individuals, the disaster unemployment assistance, whenever it becomes available, will be there to help as well. It doesn't keep them from laying off any employees they have, but it does help them get a bridge, and it keeps money flowing into the economy to the extent that you can actually spend it right now locally or something like that. But unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do outside of the sort of federal small business loans, except to the extent the state stands up some sort of grant program, which I don't know if there's money available to do, to kind of encourage small business owners or businesses around the state to keep employees on payroll rather than on UI.
Cheryl, your question, which you'd included, I was sort of hoping that Lindsay Curley would get to, because it wasn't, the larger employers and what ACCD is thinking. What are their thoughts about that? So we can get back to that with them at some point, because they may have some thoughts about that that we didn't have time to talk about today.
Okay. Go ahead, Allison.
So we still have no Michael Harrington or Cameron Wood, I take it?
Excuse me, this is Faith speaking. We've just had one of our live videos hacked. So I had to lock down the meeting, which is to not allow participants in. I'm working with Denise to notify the 3 people that you're expecting. We haven't heard from them yet, but I will have to
We've
unlock.
heard from Dirk. We have heard from Dirk Anderson, and he did
And
try to get in.
He has tried to get in?
Right, and I just sent you an email, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, that says, you can call in.
No, they
I
can't
see.
call in, Denise. The meeting is
Oh, I thought they could.
No.
Oh, I thought.
So, Senator Sirotkin, would you like us to arrange these next people to join the call, or do you want to pick it up tomorrow?
I think it's 5 minutes before adjournment. We have another call coming up, or I do anyhow. It's Representative Marcotte. So I think maybe we'll close
tomorrow.
But I do want to hear from Allison as to her impression of where we are on landlord tenant. I want to thank her for the excellent job she did on Tuesday. I know that some folks are hoping that we might be able to combine a bill here on landlord tenant in our Senate meeting on Tuesday, where we're going to be dealing, my understanding, it could be changed. On Tuesday, we're going to deal with the rule change on remote voting. Obviously, every day we lose on the eviction issue, if we're going to do anything, is not helpful to flattening the curve. So I'd like to hear from Allison. I think we have it on our schedule to talk about again tomorrow at 9:30, but let her bring us up to speed.
Well, it occurred to me, Tom and I had a catch up after our meeting on Tuesday, and then we talked again Wednesday morning. It occurred to me that the Senate is poised to act sooner than the House. And Becca, correct me if I'm wrong, but the House has yet to even be looking at a draft rule about the body voting remotely, I think. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So Tom was thinking if they could get the bill into good shape, which they did yesterday, and I have yet to be able to connect with him today because we just haven't had the time. But I thought maybe Michael, Tom, and I could meet because if we could create a Senate vehicle and vote it out tomorrow morning, we could have a bill on the floor ready to go next week, our landlord tenant, our evictions bill. So we're poised to take action faster than they are. It struck me we could do that and speed this whole eviction opportunity, the eviction bill along faster if we did it that way. So that is the question. I believe they did. Damien can. Oh no, it was David Hall. Anyway, we need to have that conversation with Tom. But I think we're in pretty good shape for tomorrow morning. And the question is, would we be able to vote on it tomorrow morning and choosing the vehicle that we could do a strike call on and put it on?
Well, it seems to me, though, we had a question the last time that we met, and we sent back Vermont Legal Aid and the landlords to see if they
Correct.
could
Yeah, and they did. They were supposed to do that work for the Wednesday meeting for the House, and that's what I haven't been able to find out if that actually happened.
Yeah, because that would be key in terms of to vote this out. We don't have obligation. I think they'll look forward to.
Yes, my hope is that. So anyway, I'll email you all once I find out from Tom. And while Michael's talking to Marcotte, I'm going to call Tom because that'll be the first moment I've had.
And we're sort of like this is more for Becca. We're sort of in this a weird time frame here because I know what I've read and being able to catch up that Tim and the Rules Committee wants us to get permission to be working on something and get permission to vote on a a
Not
bill.
permission to work on, Michael, not
Not
permission to vote. We're just talking about voting in terms of getting something on the calendar, not permission to work on something at this point.
Okay, so even permission to vote, this is still sort of in a strange area because I don't think that's been formally adopted. But in any event, I'm going to talk to Tim about it. If we're going to do something, this is the kind of thing that the whole purpose of remote voting is to move things along. And, you know, if we have to wait on a vote for this till after the rules committee or the rules changes, it's going to delay things. So I'll talk to him. And, you know, my own personal position on this has always been that we should have a moratorium, but we should have a provision for exceptions for emergency. And I think that's where the bill is going. And it shouldn't just apply to filing of eviction proceedings. It should also file to writs of possession that are waiting to be served. So if there's a reason to go forward with that writ of possession that an individual judge finds is worthy, I'm comfortable with the default position being that that all the ones that are pending are stayed unless there's an emergency and a judge feels is necessary, like the classic example of a meth lab, which I don't know if that's a real or not, but that would certainly be something that we might close down. So, okay, so we will reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Keep posted your email from some of the follow-up calls we're having, and Randy and Allison, I will reschedule the task force so it doesn't interfere with the rules committee meeting at noon tomorrow.